pussy. Hate me, but you love my style. Been getting money since I was a mid-child. Bitch, hold your breath. Eat a dick up till it ain't none left. On and on and on and on and on. Everybody waiting on that re-up storm. Hate me, but you love my style. We want to get you familiar with this re-up movement. So it only makes sense that we involve Mr. Get Familiar himself, my man Clinton Sparks, mixtape DJ of the year, smashing radio, mixtapes, whatever. And that's what re-up is about to do. Smash the game. Get familiar, haters.
When the pimp's in the crib, ma, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. And if a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean down and I'm all the best weed cause I got it going on.
I can't imagine what it mean to him to walk in my shoes like a dream to him. In that double R with a lean to him. And the canaries in his ear sing to him. Bathing ape kicks, they ain't got no theme to them. Haters is ranting, the wrist they admire. Don't mistake it for ransom, the man's on fire. Holding guns in tandems, a phantom sapphire. Escaping the past, parallel to the wire. Everybody asking where I've been, home. Thumbing through motor trends, phoning in and asking. Maybe that'll help them ration. When they see me in that Porsche, they'll look at me as fasting. 30 on the Christ.
That's probably gonna get me claimed if I keep playing it. It's not jump directly into getting taken back down, right? This sounds nice. How's everybody doing tonight? The stream's about figuring out where does obsession need to go. I think that my audio, like my microphone audio, comes in a little bit later than when you hear the like the desktop audio, which is annoying because it makes it really hard to time my singing or rapping to the music. Tell me if that sounds on time. Do I like hookah? I've done it a couple times, but it's like kind of intense. Like, I always end up overdoing it. I feel like I smoke too much and then I get a headache and then I don't want to be there anymore. I really like this one, this song here. I don't know how it sounds on Meltdown. You went to see Drinking Water? I don't know what that is. YouTube just told me it showed people ads randomly, so maybe I just lost everyone to an ad break. Alright, in this document, we're going to figure out where obsession needs to go. So, tell me, where does obsession need to go? And I'll write it in this document here. Alright? Okay, so Ellen says obsession needs to go away.
When, honey, when was I away?
I'm not sure. You were, though. Away in the sea of red. Obsession needs to go to whatever fixes most of your problems into whatever you can see yourself doing for the longest time. Fixes your problems. Yeah. What can I do for the longest time? Be dead. I don't know, Amy. I don't know if this is working. Let's see. Have I talked a lot on here yet about my soul theory that when someone dies, their soul explodes and you catch shrapnel of it? But when I say their soul, I mean like the collection of soul that they like. I don't see soul as a thing you have or that's inside of you so much as something you collect an amount of. And like but it's specific. It's not like a generic quantity. It's like you get certain types of soul, you know? And then like when someone dies, all the soul that they have just kind of explodes out and it just like disperses and everybody gets bits of it, depending on how close they are to the explosion in a spiritual sense. So think about whose soul you have and let me know in the comments what famous souls have you caught the shrapnel from. You just know that some of that, like I recently caught shrapnel from David Lynch's soul. Probably not as much as a lot of people, but I caught a surprisingly large chunk of soul shrapnel from David Lynch. And I'm just sitting with it now. I caught a huge chunk of soul shrapnel when Satoshi Kon died. Again, probably not as much as some other people, but a huge chunk of soul shrapnel hit me with that. So let me know some of the soul shrapnel you think you've caught. Like, I only caught a tiny little itty bitty bit of Akira Toriyama soul shrapnel, you know? Like, compared to other people, I caught the tiniest little bit of soul shrapnel from Akira Toriyama. Not enough to, you know, not enough to I have a lot. I have a ton of Osamu Tezuka's soul, but I wasn't there when he died. He just has a lot of it out and about and around, just lingering. It's just all over the place. It's very easy to find yourself upon some lingering bits of Osamu Tezuka's soul, and if you allow it into you, it will inhabit you and take you over. A powerful amount of soul. I think maybe because of World War II, like he just collected in like, because so many people died, I think he collected like a tremendous amount of soul power, and so much that it was tearing his body apart. So he just had to keep drawing. He just could not stop drawing until he was dead because there's too much soul passing through him. Scott Walker, a couple years. Wait, Scott Walker's dead? I had no idea. Well, I guess I didn't catch a single ounce of soul shrapnel from Scott Walker, or if I did, I didn't notice, because I sure didn't know he was dead. If you jerk the handle, I'll die in my dreams. Even in 2x speed, it sounds exactly the same. That's really funny.
When lights go low,
until the singing comes in, of course.
There's no help, no.
No, yeah, when Ryukishio 7 dies, the soul shrapnel that hits all of us is going to be tremendous. It's going to be like, because as soon as somebody's dead, you now know factually that nothing else like what they did will ever happen again. So it falls on you to even attempt to approximate it, you know. And I think that when someone's still alive, you still kind of want to see how they're going to handle being themselves. But once they're gone, you're like, well, fuck. I don't get any more Satoshi Kon unless I make it myself, you know.
He's drilling through the spirit of sanctus tonight, through the dark hidden falls, screaming, oh you my balls, kill me and kill me and kill me. If I check the handle, you'll die in your dreams. If I check the handle,
Ellen said hopefully he lives a long, long life. I would love that. I can't imagine it's easy to be Ryukishio7 given the kind of stories he writes. So we'll see. I hope he's all right. I don't expect a super long life from myself. That's why I act like I'm dying all the time. 'Cause I just I mean, it'll be really funny if I act like I'm dying for 60 years and I end up living all that time. But you know.
You thrill me and thrill me and thrill me.
It is indeed a dot hack reference. Remember that time I did a whole rap album over the dot hack soundtrack?
I have watched this city burn into turn into some bullshit. No one's home and watch the whole man deflate and go live imitative whips of the planet fucking go shit. Protecting the right to be worthless with all of their might is their purpose. Cattle for the brothers so you will lead to select probably be heard of my wolves just like my right to the need for exception. The rest of erection to somebody else respect. Your legs gone, you bought from someone. And you come from your section of respect. Talking about lesson that they forgot. Said you had work, you were getting undone. Wandered away by the job and the time. Nobody left now, it just isn't fun. No one to overcome, just me and my cash in the burning world. My stash and my twerking girl. A glance through the glass and a shaking swirl. And emphatically dance to the Christ swirl.
For the army of the Genovese, slave wage junkies of the cyber saw my overlay. Burn your bridges, isolate yourself as public entities. Alienating everyone until you feel like somebody. One by one annihilated.
How's the timing sound? Someone please tell me if the timing is I can't stand to listen to it back and hear bad timing. I will get mad. I'll get angry at everybody who didn't tell me that the timing was off. It'll be everyone's fault. I know who you are. I know who's in chat. I will blame you personally for not telling me if the timing is off of my rapping. I'm only listening so you can't blame me. That's exactly why I can blame you. You can hear it. Hey. Check down with the hex sign and no hero, I'm a grind, that's way back, you heard I said you guys converted it. Live in the gods, live about 2 beds, 7 from under the bed, converted music again, work the main fight up on the system of the world, keep swirling now, living in the turn, see my body, make it turn, and bank, fuck, and then we're burning, I can't get no pay, no women, not get the late, they take the shit, oh, you can kiss them every day, you get them the day, that's enough to love to say, all I can say is make me up to fucking play, I can't get no pay, no women, not get the late, they take the shit, oh, you can kiss them every day, you get them the day, tell me how you love to say, all I can say is make me up to fucking play, all I can say is make me up to fucking play, now go fuck around and I'll turn it down, get it out of town, I'll get out of down, now go fuck around when it comes to gotta drown, get him out of town, or they find you face down. Malik says, dragging like 1/10 of a second or less. Okay, that's good to know, because I can compensate for that. I can rap early
enough to compensate for them.
Show them suffering until it loses meaning. Tell them everything is broken, they can't fix nothing. Every day is king.
Like, does that sound more accurate? I'm just singing.
Buying out on media, so we filter everything on whatever Google says is left till that line by the billions. I'm sure that nothing could go wrong. Never thinking for so long. Gave the reins out, now you're gone. Tell you what, pay for the screen. Know that life has no meaning. Unless you take all this life, takes the 6
When I was a kid, and Democrat meant anti-war progressive meant free speech was pure back when you thought we're fighting for. Who used to say that really made my coffee. Became Couple's favorite right around we're showing off this song. Now we throw them in the fire with the other faggots under burning from along with the shit which I'm back. Why the fuck did you back a celebrity anyway? Egomania, so Trixie have to look up to know that crazy is the way to market anything you say so you can make enough online to buy your groceries for the day. But if you stand up for yourself, I guess you just don't know the internet. You be thinking enough for anybody's prescription. They want you to be a ghost sandwich and give them the most protect your look because your money's in your Twitter post. Go ahead and throw me out. I know I'll fuck up your club. Let's create some drama. Give us something that makes it about cash. Tell you what, pay for the screen. Know that life has no meaning. Unless you take all this life, takes the 6 and burns some face.
I'm just gonna keep listening to this because I'm having a good time. Haven't listened to this in a while.
Certainly haven't tried to perform it.
Under black skies, brain from the earthquake, clap thunder, that's her back, breaking from the weight of taking this boulder onto her shoulders. Nobody even told her that she could before the sun. Why lie to one so young? Learn the way but never learn to walk on those little stumps. Honest to a fault, she shared with everyone the secrets, but her words will go unheard because they cannot face the weakness. She had nothing but they sewed her mouth shut. Gouged her eyes, lips were wrought with soot. Had the epitaph scribed in flesh and left in a glass case for God to inspect. She could feel no pain, but repeats one prayer. Lay her down, clowning round, no one fucking cares. Yet she prays for the bros to change for the sun, even after this crime which can't be undone.
Take it down now to 66.6. That's where I'ma run the hits in between the little blip signals of the sun sword. Even though you all wrong, tearing up for so long, I'm not gonna stick my neck out if you can't process the message of shit out. Just hope that rides alone, dies alone, and I'm prone to flow dome and podcasts believe in if only undercover hum of family. Sing for me, Ouroborea. I will tell you about the sun. You are here, no escape from my visions of the world. You will cry all alone, and it does not mean a thing to me. Now the song I will sing till the darkness comes to sleep. Come to me, I will tell of the secret of the sun. It's in you, not in me, but it does not mean a thing to you.
I've received a request from Snowman8 with $5. I can't put it on screen because I'm not using that program right now, which is weird. You'd think YouTube would just build that in. Can you recommend cutesy upbeat dance music that one can dance to in the mornings, please? No Japanese lyrics. Yes, I can. Although the first thing that came into my head was Japanese, so now I have to think for a second. Let me open up my Never Stop Dancing playlist right here on Spotify. The first thing that popped into my head is, and I don't know if I would call this cutesy and upbeat necessarily, but the Jenny and Dochi song, do my ladies run this, which is called, I don't even remember what it's called. All right, let's see what I've got here in my playlist. My Never Stop Dancing playlist, I've got Swine by Lady Gaga, Bangarang by Skrillex, Dangerous, the Oliver remix by Big Data, Joywave, and Oliver, Lose Control by Missy Elliott, Ciara, and Fat Man Scoop, Get to Work by Cakes to Killa, Mind Reader by Cakes to Killa, Someone in the Room by Death's Dynamic Shroud. That might be the cutesiest, most upbeat one so far, but the lyrics are not strictly comprehensible. 1-2 Step by Ciara and Missy Elliott, Iman, Two of Us by Maria Becerra, which is in Spanish, but is also the most cutesy, upbeat dance pop song imaginable. That was my song of the year last year. Me and Bird listened to that countless times. I'll just play you the start of it so you can understand how just the beginning of the song is fucking god tier. You're like, damn, this is nice. And then she comes in with the fucking... with the fucking rapping. Alright, let's see what else I have in my dancing playlist. Lovesick Cannibal by Femtanol. Chastity, the Boys Noise Club Mix by Pussy Riot, Boys Noise, and Alice Glass. Systems Down by Dashie, Slide by Busta Rhymes, Shake It Like a Frost Children featuring Danny Brown, Pitiful by Remy Wolf. Her songs are, I mean, cutesy downbeat music, cutesy, but about feeling bad and kind of off key. We got Heart Korean Girls by Alice Long Yu Gao featuring Mega, I can't read the full name, Heaven by Data Girl. That's pretty cutesy. I think Data Girl might be what you're looking for. Audio breaks like entirely. Zura Senpai, I'm not trying to play you this music for you to listen to it. I'm trying to play it so that I can recommend songs to Snowman8 that I cannot play without getting my stream taken down. So I'm just playing them from the phone through the microphone. But this is just to answer this request. But yeah, I think Data Girl is probably exactly what you're looking for. And then you got Boo Boo by Yaiji. It's pretty, well, I guess she's singing in Korean. It's not all in Korean, though. Comme des Garçons by Rina Sawayama.
Is it on?
Ooh, I woke up today to wash my fears away again. Ooh, I'm feeling okay. It's just another day to pretend. Waiting, anticipated. Keep going and going. Yeah, I'm just in it, born to win it. Keep going and going. Come back out of some.
like the boys, like the boys.
All right. Hand on My Heart by Nina Girachi also. My voice is pretty low in the mix. I'm singing next to the phone. How could that be possible? This is less like vocal focused, but Nina Girachi is my favorite, like, cutesy dance music. Okay, anyway. Those are my recommendations. I'm going to go back to singing my own music that I'm allowed to play on YouTube again until somebody tells me to do something else. Y'all, I need to know where Obsession needs to go. So far, Ellen said Obsession needs to go away. I said you were away. When, honey? When was I away? Not sure. You were, though. Away in the Sea of Red. Quoting whatever that movie is that plays at the start of Red Sea by ISIS. And then Amy said that Obsession needs to go to whatever fixes your problems, which I said is death. And she said whatever you can do for the longest time, which I said is be dead, obviously. So where else does Obsession need to go? You need to tell me in the chat. I will add it to the list and my notes. So far, it feels like we need to be obsessed with death. Mostly blood and death. That's what I'm getting out of the responses so far. That's where we seem to be headed to. Blood and death. You can't hear me at all? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I'm just going to keep turning it up. Can you hear me? Gary Always, what the stream is about is where Obsession needs to go. I need to know where Obsession needs to go. You can hear me, but it's kind of quiet. I'll just turn the music down, and then y'all can turn your speakers up. Tell me how it sounds when I start rapping. Nelson Mandela died way back in 95. Wait, it's 2005, or is he still alive? How did Tupac survive being gunned by Suge Knight? Assange will answer when Ye hears Spam's battle cry. Is she still Borat's wife? Bruno's score is a sign if you were woke. No, you still shouldn't trust the whites, not even me. How much of it can you even believe? Controversy, did you slightly agree? Well, fuck you then too. Study the moral and the criminal. Fiction is law. Godzilla part of national anthem. Fuck is you from? I don't trust no one who profit from ignorance. Turns out it's something that everyone does for kicks. I'm such an idiot. Learn how to talk to your group so that we could be cool, and you turn the moment it challenged you to explain how you knew such a crass criminal. If you ain't got me, then I won't protect you. Don't listen, got no more advice for you. Let the waves usher you out to your doom. Weep for you, never watch you die alone. Zeus is a goose and Jesus, raping away your main truth. How many falls will it take you before a thought that could wake you? Hang to the left and close your eyes. Stifle the sirens and flashing lights. Grammaton in your heart all along. Thought you knew that, why did it take you so long? Zeus is a goose and Jesus, raping away your main truth. How many falls will it take you before a thought that could wake you? Stifle the sirens and flashing lights. Hang to the left and close your eyes. Grammaton in your heart all along. Thought you knew that, why did it take you so long? Zeus is a goose and Jesus, raping away your main truth. How many falls will it take you before a thought that could wake you? Swing to the left and close your eyes. Stifle the sirens and flashing lights. Grammaton in your heart all along. Thought you knew that, why did it take you so long? Zeus is a goose and Jesus, raping away your main truth. How many thoughts will it take you before a thought that could wake you? Everybody's pooped and exhausted tonight, it sounds like. Tough Saturday.
If she comes in, it's me, and what if it's Elmer and Beacons? What it be? It's me
I will accept requests. I'll accept anything as long as you can explain to me where does obsession need to go.
What if she comes and lets me in? What if that's how my life begins? What if he hits me on the chin? What if I never trust again? What if she comes and lets me in? What if that's how my life begins? What if he hits me on the chin? What if I never trust again?
This is one of my favorite songs I've written. Conversation breaks that amazing, down inflation in its own tail, facing the facts that we can't tap into the same space. Let's be in the same place or a new type race. Gotta love to work it out, learn to love the process, burned a lot. Mom says treat her with the softness, only if you hard up in the motherfucking paint though. Blew up in Durango, dying in the bank low, gritty like the panko. Gotta love the taste though. Everybody wants to be the hero, say the day grow bigger in the game. You gotta want it every day. Nobody wants to see you on your ass with a Fago. What if she hits me on the chin? What if I never trust again? What if she comes and lets me in? What if that's how my life begins? What if he hits me on the chin? What if I never trust again? What if she comes and lets me in? What if that's how my life begins? What if he hits me on the chin? What if I never trust again? What if he comes and what if that's how my life begins? What if he comes me on the chin? What if I never trust again? What if I never trust again? Heard, LaPusha. Oh, that's like your mom, right? Oh, that's like your dad. Why? Waiting for a maybe because pathetic and romantic or attention because you can't have what you want to think you're doing nothing wrong because you don't see how they're honest. So you think you're just a wanted, but they need you with the harness. Even if you try to harm us, look alive, but they really good. Then we promise if you let us down, it's coming back to harness. But if you can't let go of her, at least just be honest. You're so fucked up at night, you know what's in your mental closet. She'll never let you in unless you stop making her vomit. Approach with patience, diligence to know what that you needed. Or humankind as we know when it's already defeated. That last verse is about Evangelion. Episode 8 strikes, you know, Asuka strikes, you know, the episode type. God damn it, stop. Okay, we have a request here. LaPusha knows where obsession needs to go.
Applejack. Rarity. Hanky Pie.
The fuck song am I naming?
None of these trigger words are working. This is like our 50 million.
What the fuck song am I naming?
Twilight Sparkle.
It's probably multiple songs.
Spike. Plop.
I don't know what happened to those Dr. Pepper pajamas.
Discord.
They probably got destroyed.
Shit.
I wore the shit out of those.
Disestablishmentarianism. Idiosyncratic. Nothing. Look. This is bullshit. Shit. Ghostbusters.
Fuck this.
And that's how you break the spell. You just had to say Ghostbusters, and it all goes away. You swear you remember me biting my brother at one point? I don't think I've ever bit Victor in a video. You probably just remember the swiping. The pajama pants era. I'm still in the pajama pants era. Look at this shit. I got these from my mom because they were too small for her, I guess. I can't tell if you could see that because for me the live is late. There we go. Now I see it. Okay. Beautiful. I swear I bit him and he yelled fuck off. Nope. I don't think there's a video like that. It's just me going fuck this because the spell was broken and I did not have to be a pony anymore. Alright, let's listen to this weird sex jam parody type of like slick, ironic cyberpunk version of a sex jam that I've written here called Talk That Nothing to Me.
Tasty baby, tasty, put my face into a pastry, baby. You be sake, milk, drink a creamy to the base. You gotta base before you taste me, baby. Little undercooked, put the nook like al dente, so catch on my hook. So we crooks, always asking like a moral is real. If you have to use your voice for any more than a squeal, then come talk that to me. Come on, talk that to me. You got nothing I wanna see. You got nothing I wanna see. So come talk that to me. You got nothing I wanna see. You're looking smooth like the PVC. So come talk that to me.
I don't wanna hear about the sun or other planets. Knowing anything at all will send me spiraling in panic. And it's obvious you're not about to ask me for the meeting. Flask is empty and you're beaming, so I know what you be scheming. And I gotta pause, only to break out the sauce. Grandma cushions at the ball, got you laying on your paws, begging for it in your jaws. Can't wait for the metaphor, seeking for the words that make the world look like a centerfold. So come on and talk that nut to me.
Come on, talk that nut to me. You got nothing I wanna see. You got nothing I wanna see. He said, fuck it, I won't ask the fee. So just talk that nut to me. You got nothing but to feel so free. So just talk that nut to me. You got nothing I wanna see. So come talk that nut to me. You look smooth like an LCD. So come talk that nut to me. Where does obsession need to go? You don't have to pay to answer this question, by the way. You can just the absolute power defense, the essence of a whole defense. Go hang 'em up. If anyone. Shit, I forgot the lyrics. Oh no, now you're a criminal. Get physical because the law belongs rightly only. When the boys were sailed off, what did they die to preserve? Irresponsibility, human life, that's what it's worth. I do not pretend to know what I could strive to. Work myself to death just so that I can stay alive. Oh, why did I sign off on trusting this to all make sense? Never really asked to be born into the abyss. Spent my very last dime on a few protest signs, trying to make something better somewhere in my short time here. Carrie Always with $5 says the Golden Witch is going through all phases of the Phoenix at once. She is living, on fire, dying, and ashes all at the same time and all the time. That's pretty fucking badass. That would be a great like if you open up a book, you know, and like on the inside of the front cover, there's like the little blurb where it's like a picture of the author and then something written about the author by somebody else. I want that to be my blurb quote, is like Gary Always, the Golden Witch is going through all phases of the Phoenix at once. She's living, on fire, dying, in ashes all at the same time and all the time. You stole that quote? God damn it, Gary. Well, it is what it is. Anime is getting lazy with its meta by Trixie the Golden Witch, requested Laputia. Okay, I actually love this video, so that should be a good time. This is kind of my favorite video I've ever made, actually. Like, my favorite anime video I've ever made. Because I kind of feel like every other anime video I made was just making this same point more elaborately. And this one is funny. Like, this was me being lazy with my meta while commenting on anime, being lazy with its meta, and it works on all the levels. It's funny, it's good, it's the perfect anime video, and it's pretty much all I really had to say about anime if you really think about it.
Enough different anime shows to
Wait, no, hold on, start back from the beginning. Also, let me get the chat on the other screen here so I can see what y'all are saying. This is a video that I edited entirely by myself, and it's the most I ever put into like trying to make a video funny, like trying to actually just make like the kind of video that I like the most, which is like so ironic that it's kind of like you can tell it's making a point, but at the same time it's going out of its way to like anti-make a bunch of points, if that makes sense, you know? You'll understand when you watch it.
If you've watched enough different anime shows to count them on one of your hands, then you've probably noticed that a lot of them...
If you've watched enough anime shows to count them on one of your hands, meaning less than 5 anime, like already, I love this script.
Are pretty derivative. Guys are always walking in on girls while they're in the bathroom or falling all over their titties. Girls are always acting like they hate the guy and beating the shit out of him, even though they secretly want to suck his dick. You know this shit. It doesn't even matter what decade
You know this shit. It's just a dramatic zoom in on. It's not like I like you or anything.
of anime you're watching. You could be on Urusei Yatsura from 1981 and real.
So this is where we already start seeing where I start conflating things where basically I'm making fun of people who wouldn't know this stuff. Or like I wanted to see who would point out what obvious jokes like they didn't get, you know? Like it's footage of Ranma 1/2 and I'm saying you could go all the way back to Urusei Yatsura from 1981. So you've got, and of course Ranma's from like 1989 or something like that. So like they're from the same author. Both things are true, you know, like the point of this joke is to show you how I could have used either one and it doesn't matter. And I'm going to keep doing that throughout this video of like showing you one thing, calling it another thing, and it doesn't matter which one I chose. And that is the joke, and that is why I think this video is so funny. It's just constantly me showing you one thing, saying another thing. Both are equally true, but for the audience, they either have no idea that this is not Urusei Yatsura, or they know exactly what I'm doing, you know? And if they can't tell, even if you watch the whole video and you don't figure out that it's a joke and you get actually, you showed Urusei Yatsura when you were saying Ranma, like, that would be really funny. I don't think there were any comments like that, because it gets so outrageous throughout the video. It would be hard not to notice.
Realizing that nothing has ever changed. These jokes are so old that the joke of calling attention to how stupid the jokes are is almost as old as the jokes themselves. The other day I was watching a fucking shoujo manga adaptation from the year 2000 and a girl gets walked in on in the back.
I'm sure this scene is literally what inspired this whole video. Just like seeing this and being like, what the fuck? How did a shoujo manga make fun of this in like 1992, you know?
And yells, what is this, an anime? You get the picture, this shit is ancient. But the weird part is that you get this scene in Phantom World where the dude tries to avoid accidentally groping a girl and ends up with his face in her panties instead. And I've seen people with the nerve to call this subversive. What the fuck? See, I know what it looks like when this trope gets subverted, because I watched this 21-year-old cartoon called
Gundam Wing,
where the main character falls on his girlfriend's boobs and she just stares at him for like half an hour before asking him to get the fuck off of her. The tables are turned on the viewer here because anime has taught you that this scene is supposed to be funny and that the girl is supposed to slap the guy in the face. But instead, they treat this scene like it's really happening to these characters in real life, and it's just kind of awkward and quiet before the girl has a perfectly reasonable response. Then, just to make sure that you got that they did it on purpose, they throw in this whole scene in the last episode where you get to see what Gundam would be like if it was just...
It's like just long enough for me to forget that I was calling it Gundam, that when I hear myself say Gundam with such confidence, it cracks me up. I love this script.
Like every other stupid ass harem show, and it fucking sucks. Then the creators realize...
I also love that I'm implying that they put that scene in there to show you how bad Ava would be if it was normal. That like look how much it sucks when they just did a normal anime.
That even though they solved
anime was a mistake. Anime was ill-considered.
Forever back in episode 5, everyone was still making the same bullshit tired ass cliches.
Like that's another one where it's like if you don't know the joke that Miyazaki has famously said anime was a mistake, then that doesn't, you know, it just looks like a guy saying that anime was ill-considered.
So they released 2 entire god-awful comic books about life in the harem Gundam universe and made $1 gazillion off of their dumbass fans.
Wait, hold on.
Realized that even other stupid-ass harem show, and it fucking sucks. Then the creators realized...
Okay, so the creators of Evangelion in this case are Hideaki Anno and Hayao Miyazaki.
That even though they solved anime forever back in episode 5, everyone was still making the same bullshit tired-ass cliches. So they released 2 entire god-awful comic books about
these 2 men released 2 entire god-awful comic books.
Life in the harem Gundam universe and made $1 gazillion off...
The harem Gundam
of their
universe.
dumbass fans. Around 10 years later, a whole bunch of people who watched
That's what Ava should be known as, is the harem Gundam universe.
Gundam when they were little kids, but
Hey, it's Flanders Scarlet and Ramelia Scarlet. Hey.
didn't want to work for slave wages drawing cartoons when they grew up, invented a new kind of anime book called a light novel, and they were super excited to prove both how smart they were and how much anime they had watched by exploring the medium through its meta. The first light novel that anybody read was
The first light novel that anybody read. I mean, obviously that's not true, but it's pretty funny and nobody said anything.
Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, and Kyoto Animation was so excited after reading it that he immediately made an anime.
Kyoto Animation was so excited after reading it that he immediately made an anime. This is me doing Cowboy Bebop at his computer. In case you don't know this. Video Kid, Cowboy Bebop at his computer. You know, everyone's favorite, Cowboy Bebop. This character, Cowboy Bebop. I had not realized before that this is obviously from like the shitty PS1 game, because Ed is looking fucking horrible in this shot here. This is a much better Ed. Holy moly.
Out of it, which everybody loved. Haruhi Suzumiya was about this girl named the Melancholy, who was
Now I'm just being fucking absurd.
desperately trying to convince herself that she was living inside of an anime and that she
Haruhi Suzumiya is about this girl called the Melancholy. I'm fucking stunned that I forgot about that.
was secretly God, without realizing that she was living inside of an anime and that she was secretly God. Trust me, it makes sense in context.
That's like maybe the best one-sentence summary of Haruhi I've ever heard, though.
Most of the jokes were about how even though all of the characters were supposed to represent anime cliches, and the Melancholy was convinced that they were
Again, just the fact that I keep calling her the Melancholy. I that's my favorite gag in this video, is like, say something wrong, then say something right long enough that I am still taken aback when I say something
anime
wrong
cliches.
again.
The truth is that they were actually more complex and multidimensional characters who were putting on the facade of being dumbass teenagers in order to appease their autistic god. Trust me, it makes sense in context. Just like in Grandpa
Does it, though?
Gundam, Haruhi also had a whole
Grandpa Gundam, just like in Grandpa Gundam.
part where it showed what the world would be like if it was just some lame-ass slice-of-life anime, which also got turned into its own comic book.
So the problem with this video is that there's no way to write this video again. It's perfect, and there's nothing else interesting to say about the entire medium of anime enough for me to make a video this good. So this is the only one that ever actually needed to exist, is the reality
and
of the
another
situation.
anime series, cause fuck the entire concept of irony. A couple of years
Exactly.
later, this psychopathic sentient logo
That's my favorite line in the whole video, calling Nisio Scene a psychopathic sentient logo.
that reads Nisio Scene decided that it had to one-up Haruhi Suzumiya and create the most self-indulgent, asinine, up-its-own-ass monument to the concept of
Asinine and up its own ass.
meta in human
That's a lot of ass.
history, and therefore wrote the Monogatari series. In the first chapter of Monogatari, this weightless crab girl staples the main character's cheeks together and calls herself a tsundere, which is a word that people had heard before.
I love that too. It's just a summary of like 15 minutes worth of the episode into one sentence as he meets this girl, this weightless crab girl who staples his cheek and calls herself a tsundere. Yeah, accurate, but
And therefore it made them laugh. However, the joke which Nisio Scene was trying to tell was apparently lost in the admittedly rather difficult translation, because the entire point is that Crab Girl isn't just some copy and paste anime cliche. She's actually a
really hot.
fully fleshed out character with serious trust issues stemming from her realistically troubled childhood, who acts aggressively towards the main character out of legitimate defensiveness, and then warms up to him after he proves himself to be trustworthy before forming an official, if questionably functional, relationship with him early into the story. While bits and
Best scene.
pieces of her personality do correlate with the tsundere cliche, the purpose of writing this line into the script was to draw attention to just how shallow and unhelpful that term can be when describing an actually realized character. So Haruhi and Monogatari made $100 million billion, and pretty soon there was a huge tidal wave of
This took like 4 or 5 hours to animate this. I did not know how to do this. You can tell I don't know how to do this because it doesn't look good. I put way too much effort into trying to animate all of these fucking anime
So Haruhi and
light
Monogatari
novels
made $100
tidal
million,
waving
and
onto the
pretty
shore.
Soon there was a huge tidal wave of light novel authors crashing over Japan, with everyone hoping to cash in on the success of this whole meta thing. Somewhere in the mid.
See, what I didn't take into account when I started animating this is that the camera moves. I was thinking of it as a static shot, and I would just be animating the stuff going across the screen. But because the camera starts panning, it gets really hard to like, well, okay, where are they going to animate as the camera moves? And then also, for some reason, like, I was using Sony Vegas at the time, and it was just like glitching about trying to get images to actually leave the screen. Instead, they just kind of got squished. So it's chaos. It's a total clusterfuck.
Everyone hoping to cash in on. There was a huge tidal
it's
wave
like just successful enough for you to get the joke, but I don't think it's laugh out loud funny. And it's so intensive. I'm like, what was the point of this? This is so unnecessary.
light novel authors.
I hope this was memorable at least.
Crashing over Japan, with everyone hoping to cash in on the success of this whole meta thing.
Easily the most complicated edit I have ever fucking attempted.
Somewhere in the midst of that maelstrom emerged the Little Sister Show, one of the 4 horsemen of the anime apocalypse.
This is the part everybody actually remembers. So I guess that was a good setup for this. Like, I swear to God, most of the comments on this video are people asking about the 4 horsemen of the anime apocalypse, or for a follow-up video about the 4 horsemen of the anime apocalypse, like explaining why they are that. It's Fairy Tail Guy, Kirito, Kirino, and Nico from Love Live. Obviously, they represent idols, little sister shows, isekai slant, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and just like generic shonen trash.
Apocalypse. At first, the Little Sister Show,
all the things that seemed like the enemy of good taste at the time,
was also
basically.
about taking an anime cliche and making it realistic, by reminding everyone that in real life, your little sister hates you and complains if you don't constantly do shit
She got the booty, though.
for her, and that the only way to get back at her is by shacking up with her hot goth friend. The Little Sister Show had a lot of fun things in it, but there's this moment in episode 3 where the main guy falls on his little sister's boobs.
They really drew the shit out of her fucking crotch in that shot,
And it starts sinking in that maybe this show wasn't quite as self-aware as first thought. Then you fast forward to season 2, and what do you mean he broke up with Kuroneko and fucked his sister? I'm done. I'm fucking done. So now meta anime is suddenly fucking everywhere, and all of it completely misses the point. You've got this scene in Saekano where the girl says to the other girl,
I love that it's like the exactly appropriate amount of live action footage is in this video. Like 2 seconds and you can't see my face. That's how it should have been. And Nevermore.
hey, stop practicing your tsundere act and get over here. Except that the girl is actually literally a tsundere. They're just pointing out that they did the thing that everyone else does, except they also want you to know that they did it. Give him a gold star. A for effort, team. We really made it. That's why there's nothing subversive about this guy trying not to grab this girl's boobs, because his face still ends up in her panties anyways. They didn't change the basic meaning of the scene, they just called attention to the fact that they were doing it. It's like if someone was pissing in the middle of the street.
I actually really love this metaphor.
And everyone was staring at him, and then he yelled out,
Or simile, I guess.
I'm pissing in the middle of the street! And everyone was like, oh, well, at least he knows what he's doing, and went back to shit tweeting on their phones. Just because that guy
Literally what would happen,
admits
though.
that he's pissing in the street doesn't make him a functional individual, and calling attention to the fact that you've put a bunch of stupid bullshit in your anime series doesn't stop it.
I couldn't have asked for better footage, by the way. The fact that like it's a guy pissing in the street and then it like pans over to a guy on his phone, like, incredible.
In the middle of the street, and everyone was staring at him, and then he yelled out, I'm
pissing in the middle of the street!
Pissing in the middle of the street! And everyone was like, oh, well, at least he knows what he's doing, and went back to shit tweeting on their phones. Just because that guy admits that he's pissing in the street doesn't make him a functional individual, and calling attention to the fact that you've put a bunch of stupid bullshit in your anime series doesn't stop it from being stupid bullshit. Now, this isn't to say that it's all bad. Last season, we had this wacky, farcical version of a light novel about being trapped in a light novel about being trapped in a video game called Konosuba, and it was fucking hilarious, even if it wasn't necessarily making some deep commentary on the laziness of anime writing. But I'm still sick and tired of all these goddamn light novel adaptations that people treat like they're so fucking clever just because the author watched a bunch of anime and said, "Hey guys, isn't anime totally like this?" And then literally...
This scene is pretty fucking brilliant, though. Just the fact that the girl's having, like, an emotional breakdown. Like, I can't fucking understand what you're saying. Just stop. I like that.
They did the exact same thing that every
I didn't actually watch this show. I just think this is hilarious that this happened.
other anime does. Stop it. If you enjoyed this video, you should totally support my channel via Patreon.
More
Also, if you wanna see
farcical,
more videos that
irreverent
are like
anime
this
humor
one, you won't
reviews. Go to My Japanese Animes, I guess. Dank. Interesting that YouTube's recommending like my live streams as opposed to like videos. It's interesting. It's odd. Did we ever figure out where Obsession needs to go, y'all? Have we fucking squared this circle yet? Has Circle taken the square? Gary says Obsession needs to go to Libely. Okay. Sure. Turns out Trixie's been talking about Gundam for ages. No, it's I had the drunk ass Gundam cast or whatever. Drunk ass anime history on Gundam was like one of my earliest vlogs. It's just like 20 minutes of me drunkenly trying to explain the basics of Gundam history, mostly getting it wrong. But yeah, breaking up with Kuroneko is definitely top 10 worst things an anime protagonist has ever done. Gary always with $2 says, I made a list of where it needs to go. Wait, where's this list? I saw Libely. Or are you saying that you've made a list and you're about to tell us what's on the list? My computer seems to be having a fucking hernia. What is happening? Okay, am I back? Is it the internet's fault? Am I cutting in and out, y'all? Close Google Docs. It takes up a lot of power. Stream's fine. Okay, it's not fine on my end. Things keep freezing up. I think it's just the computer getting hot. Yeah, it's pretty hot. Which is odd because it's not especially hot in this room or anything. It got deleted. Okay, well. One of the things on the list was to XX Elon. Usually YouTube's okay with that. Only X doesn't like that talk. Okay, so this is Gary always is telling me where Obsession needs to go. So let's real quick. I closed out of the doc because leaving a Google Doc open will make your computer overheat. I've learned this many times over the years. I don't know what it is about Google Docs, why they take so much to maintain their existence. All right, finishing Kusomega, finishing Sunops. I mean, that's not really meant to be something that has like an ending. Sunops is like meant to be a JoJo style, just like go on forever type deal. So there's no like finishing it. There's continuing it. But it should be a forever type story, ideally. Protecting Pluto, that's of course a given. Increasing production value on your music, that's a difficult one. I don't really even know how I would go about that. We're all trying our best. Everyone involved in my music is doing their very best. But we don't have the money to buy the technology that makes things better, really. Oh, Jesus. My window just crashed. I hope it's not bad on y'all's end. Nope. It should still be fine on your end. Okay, yeah. Weird. Maybe this window was the one causing the problems. Okay, so... And shaking hands with Musk. Okay. Musk go X, we'll say. All right, those are good obsessions. I don't know if like being obsessed with Musk is really healthy, but you know, whatever. Here's a rabbit hole. Scientology killed Mars Volta vocalist's 2 dogs, says Lapucia. I think it did more than that, but yeah, also, you know, his wife was also sexually assaulted by Danny Masterson from That 70s Show. Officially ending the reign of him as, you know, person to be compared with round sunglasses. He's off the round sunglasses of master list. What's the word I'm looking for? He no longer gets to claim round sunglasses as part of his aesthetic. I'm taking that right from him as a member of the round sunglasses group, whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. In a series of Instagram posts from both Carnell Bixler and Bixler Zavala, the pair alleged their dog had ingested poison wrapped in raw meat that was purposefully done by the Church of Scientology. I mean, this is not a shocking thing to hear that Scientology would do. If you don't know anything about Scientology, I've listened to probably the most complete coverage I've heard was from the last podcast on the left, which is a podcast that Bird really likes. And it's 3 chuckle fucks basically talking about true crime and cults and shit, but like in a funny way for the most part. And they talked about the whole history of Scientology, so you can learn about just how deep that cult goes. But they're fucked up, man. It's a fucked up, crazy, crazy cult. I don't know how Cedric and his wife ended up in Scientology or why they were there for so long, other than mental illness. But, you know, at some point they left, and it's not easy to leave Scientology. Fun fact, the new singer of Linkin Park is in Scientology, and she had been on Danny Masterson's side when all this stuff happened, and so Cedric has beef with her, and it's a very strange world I'm living in, where my favorite vocalist of all time has beef with the new vocalist that is replacing my other favorite vocalist of all time in a band I liked as a kid. Very strange reality. Who cares if one more light goes out in a sea of 1,000 stars? Flickers. We're so cooked. Well, the Mars Volta has a new album coming out. It's been leaked, but I haven't listened to the leaks because I want to hear it. I want to hear it the way that they want it presented, you know? And their last album was solid. It was rock solid. This album has some songs that have brought me to tears a couple of times. Particularly Collapsible Shoulders. This song, fucking... I'm just gonna play the hook. I've never heard, like, a pop hook that made me want to cry the way this one does. Alright, this part here. I'm standing on the verge of the winner. Never did I hear you say leave no man behind. Never did I hear you say leave no man behind. I'm standing on the verge of ruin, and never did I hear you say leave no man behind. I'm searching for that voice I knew, and never did I hear you say leave no man behind. It's the saddest description of the feeling of having been abandoned I've ever heard. Never did I hear you say. And you know it's particularly heartbreaking because this is like the post-breakup album where, you know, like clearly Cedric went through an incredible amount of bullshit while this band was broken up, and he wasn't really in contact with his best friend in the whole world, Omar. And, you know, if this is how he was feeling about their relationship, that's some real fucking, that's some desolate, cold emotion to then explore together after reuniting, you know? Like, this takes some bravery to stand next to your friend and say, this is how you made me feel. We're going to make a nice little pop song about it. I'm standing on the verge of ruin, and never did I hear you say, leave no man behind. Oof. That's why I try to take care of y'all, you know? I don't want y'all to feel left behind. We're trying to keep everybody together here. All right, everybody's crying. I can tell. I can tell you've all gone off to cry. Never did I hear you say leave no man behind. Not that there's a whole lot of men in my chat, but you know, it is what it is. Man is a collective term for human. I don't really believe in men as a concept. Yeah, that checks out. Never did I hear you say leave no man behind. Is that Doechii? She looking cute. What is this outfit? Okay, it's just another ad for this song. I can't play that on my stream, Doechii. You should know that.
Logging in. Welcome, user. Are you ready to begin?
Space Angel Volta said, the best way to insult someone is to wish their favorite band gets a Frankenstein lukewarm replacement for its lead singer. Yeah. Trying to think of like who could I insult in such a way, like who do I know for how much they love a band and how offended could I make them by suggesting such a thing. If you told me, I hope Coheed and Cambria replaces their singer with a Scientologist, I'd be upset. But they've also made a lot of albums already, so it wouldn't be like the end of the world. In Sublime's case, though, the lead singer, like, died, so it's not like they could... I don't know what they were supposed to do, you know? Other than not continue to exist as a band, which... I'd like to think if Claudio died, Coheed and Cambria would just simply stop. What am I eating? Literally just rice. Lapusha with $5 says rant about Mike Shinoda. You know, I don't know that much about Mike Shinoda on a personal level. I think it's funny that Mike Shinoda's like, I assume a Japanese dude, or at least like half Japanese, but he has the voice that every white rapper copied after him. Like, 'cause Eminem deliberately sounds like uncomfortable and awkward, and like I mean, later in his career he started doing the tough guy thing, oh, I'm Eminem and I'm gonna come through and I'm gonna stump. But like in the beginning he was like, I'm Slim Shady and I'm the real, he was like a dork. Mike Shinoda was the first like, I'm a white guy and I talk like this, but he's not white. I'm just saying, like, this is how every white guy now raps because of Mike Shinoda. And, like, when I first started rapping, I was very insecure about how much I sound like almost called him White Shinoda. How much I sound like Mike Shinoda, because that is how every white rapper sounds. And I was like, oh God, it sounds like all I've ever listened to is Linkin Park, which, in fairness, they were my favorite band when I was a kid. So it's not shocking that, like, if the first rapper who I learned all of their bars was Mike Shinoda, then yeah, I'm going to end up sounding like him. But just because it became the generic white guy voice, I was like, how do I break free of this? And then a deity called Danny Brown stepped into my world, and I started copying how Danny Brown sounds instead. And so somewhere between Mike Shinoda and Danny Brown, the middle ground is where my flow exists. He looks like a old dork these days. Like, he just looks like a guy who's having a good time and enjoying being rich and getting the opportunity to, like, work with young, creative people. I know he's produced lots of stuff. He's got, like, a label, and he's got a lot of people on his label, but I don't know if anybody he's produced has ever been, like, really successful necessarily. I remember Fort Minor. 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. That's right. I'm pretty sure I just got all the percentages right without looking it up. Fucking quote me. I think I did it. But Where'd You Go had been... This one used to make me cry when I was little. You got, of course, Hybrid Theory and Meteora were definitional to me. I mean, when I default to rapping, like if somebody tells me, hey, just start rapping, in my brain I always default to Nobody's Listening, where peep the style and the kids checking for it. My number one suggestion is... Wait, I actually rewrote it. I wrote my own version so I would stop doing Mike Shinoda's version, because his... First of all, the opening bar is a quote from Jay-Z, but peep the style and the kids checking for it. And then he says, the number one question is how could you ignore it? And drop right back in the cut over basement tracks and rap stats, got you rapping the sat, like rewind that and just roll with. And like, I don't like how he opens on this couplet and then just does a totally different rhyme scheme immediately after that. It's bad. It's a bad rap verse, but it has such a strong start because it's quoting Jay-Z. So I wrote my own version on random ass polls, Peep the style and the kids checking for it. My number one suggestion is you motherfucking floor it. Got bored of the bullshit, old of the new shit, cool it, switch in the bitch, whole school brick, cut off all your genitals, swap them, kill a couple cops and set your fucking block on fire, start over, put a Range Rover through Fort Knox, kill a couple more cops and burn the Federal Reserve, stab a perv in the throat, swerve / clip Joe Rogan on your way to Elon Musk. See that motherfucker dusted in a duster when a cluster bomb. I said off goes kabomb. You motherfuckers don't know me. I'm crazy as shit and I'm OG Trixie Goldie Witch in the building. Run, she might burn the whole thing down just for fun. She loves being out in the sun. No, really, run. Anyway, yeah, I wrote that just so that I would remember this instead of singing Mike Shinoda's verse over and over again. And it's worked. I literally tried to start singing his and accidentally started singing mine just a minute ago. So I feel pretty good about that. So I guess I view Mike Shinoda as like, something to be overcome as a young rapper. You have to overcome your inclination to just be Mike Shinoda and try to do something a little more complicated or original. I am what I want you to want, what I want you to feel. And it's like, no matter what I do, I can't convince you to just believe this is real. You think Mike Shinoda is milking Linkin Park, so you don't like him for that. I mean, the thing is, Linkin Park has always been like a boy band. Like, it was never like a born out of like a singular vision towards, you know, like someone's taste in per se, as much as like a bunch of geeks in college who like, you know, study music, getting together and, you know, like making a band together. 'Cause, you know, even Chester, like you could see here, the band was formed in 1996. Chester joined in 1999. So it's not like Chester was even remotely there from the beginning. It started as these guys in college, you know, doing this fun project together. And they needed like a stronger vocalist to complete their sound. And their producer was the one who found Chester. Also keep in mind, all these guys are from California. Chester's from Texas. So like their producer found Chester in Texas singing for another band and attached him to Linkin Park. And it just worked, you know? So he was always kind of like a hired gun, you know? And so I understand why, even if his sound ended up being definitional to the band, the fact that he wasn't always there might have given them the feeling like, well, you know, it could exist without Chester. He was always kind of just the hired vocalist, you know? Like, it's not like he ever wrote the music. He wrote some of the lyrics, but he didn't even write all the lyrics, you know? Like, he didn't even write One More Light, which is like the song that makes you really sad about him being dead. Like, you know, so it's understandable to think you could replace Chester in Linkin Park, especially if you want to keep touring with this band that, you know, people still want to see. But I don't think that they necessarily picked the best replacement vocalist that they could have. And can I say that I would have rather seen Linkin Park like just pack it up? Not exactly. Like, if they had a better vocalist, I might have been more intrigued. But I don't think their new album is good. You know, like, I just don't think it's a good album. I don't think she's very interesting. Like, you know, and also I didn't like any of these albums. It's like, I like Hybrid. Okay, hold on. If I was going to make a perfect Linkin Park album, I'll take Paper Cut, One Step Closer, With You is okay, kind of a skip for me. Points of Authority is great. Crawling is hard to not cringe at. It's fun, but it's gay, you know. Runaway is fine. By Myself is fine. In the End is obviously a classic. I like A Place for My Head. I like Forgotten. I like Cure for the Itch, and I like Pushing Me Away. So this is like maybe 3 or 4 skips for me. But as a kid, I was obsessed with the whole album. I ran it through, you know, over again. And then this album, it took me a little while to warm up to, but I did end up wearing it out. But now I think Don't Stay sucks. Somewhere I Belong is great. Lying From You kind of sucks. Hit the Floor really sucks. Easier to Run super sucks. Faint is amazing, probably my favorite Linkin Park song. Figure 09 is okay. I really loved this when I was 14 because I felt like this song, and now in retrospect, I don't know how I could have felt like this song. I think I was just an idiot. Breaking the Habit, classic. From the Inside sucks. Nobody's Listening is obviously one of my favorites because it's always stuck in my head. Session's fine. Numb is good, I guess. But and then Minutes to Midnight is just like, Bleed It Out is good. What I've Done is a fun meme. And I don't like any of the rest of the album. And then I didn't like this, and I didn't like this, and I didn't like this. And I like the song One More Light. And I didn't like the rest of the album, and I don't like the new album. So as far as I'm concerned, Linkin Park may as well have ended in 2003, and it would make very little difference to me about the state of Linkin Park today. if you just combine all my favorite songs from Meteora and Hybrid Theory and like a couple of songs from the other albums, you could one 15-track compilation, and I've got all the Linkin Park I will ever need for the rest of my life, I think. The conspiracy community has a weird fixation with Linkin Park, probably because of the Scientology. Probably because of them bringing a Scientology member into their band in 2024. Just seems a little wild, you know? Like, it's like, wait, you had all the choice. You're Linkin Park. You could have had any singer in the world, and you picked the chick from the Church of Scientology. Why? You know, why would you do that? But okay. More of a Slipknot and Korn type of a guy. They're just very dark. And when I was peak into Linkin Park, I was literally 10, and like Korn and Slipknot were just scary to me. And then by the time I was old enough to really, I mean, I did end up getting into Slipknot because they were my cousin Boyd's favorite band. And so I listened to them enough, and I saw them live like 4 fucking times because they were always the headliner of every like, heavy rock festival at the time, that came through here. So I ended up getting into Slipknot, but they were always like a little too like dark and tragic for me as a kid. Nowadays I'm like, well, I listen to way weirder, way more fucked up shit, so this actually feels like kind of light work comparatively. But they still sound like Iowa sounds amazing. That album sounds fucking incredible. If you've never heard People Equals Shit, I'm only going to play a little bit of this because obviously it's going to get copyright claimed, but just listen to how this fucking sounds. It's pristine. He just keeps going. And by he, I mean both Corey Taylor and little drummer boy back there. Rest in peace. I'm struggling to remember his fucking name. I'm sure somebody mentions it in the comments. One more time. Joey Jordison. That's the one. Yeah, the song just sounds fucking amazing. See the idiot right here. Leave without a trace, but I don't want to die in this place. And then they say people equals shit like 25 times. It's pretty sick. No. This is the version I saw live.
I got a fucking secret for you.
I literally saw this as a 10-year-old.
Are you ready?
Yes, they had the fire and everything. This was before fire became not allowed. Shortly before fire became not allowed at American concerts. And even crazier live than they do on the album, because he's just doing extra shit just for the fun of it. Like, man just loves to play the drum. Loved to see. It was the big glowy lights. That's what I remember. The lights on the left over here. So fucking adorable. Okay. 666. No, I know there's like a Disney-fied version of one of these Slipknot songs.
I felt the air rise up in me. The air rise, I've danced on the beach. I wander out where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and leave. Get your fucking hands in the fucking air! Fight
Wipe it up on a tile, the light is brighter this time. Everything is turning blasphemy. My eyes are red and gold, the hair is standing straight up. Never be like bullshit. Yeah, I can't fucking hear you.
Lapusha with $5 Australian requests. I can only count to 4. I've been requested to bring to make Bird a bolu, so I'm gonna do that also because I know this song and I love this song and I've seen this song live a few times actually now. This might be my favorite, like Psycho Stick is my favorite live band, maybe, possibly. Like, because they sound incredible. They do funny nu metal. They play conventions. And they manage to get... I've been in a mosh pit with a Mega Man because of this band. I've been in a mosh pit with Mega Man to I Can Only Count to 4. And when they play their hokey pokey, the heavy metal hokey pokey, like they get the whole crowd doing the hokey pokey heavy metal style. And then when you do the slow-mo bit, it's great. They have a very ironed out performance. They do kind of the same thing, with little shakeups every time. But they fucking rule. If you ever get the chance to see Psycho Stick live, I do highly recommend it. We got a bunch of their merch too.
I can only count to 4.
I'll be right back.
Count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4.
Squad!
Hey everybody, Sagostick is streaming live concert.
Yeah. I bet you are. You're still wearing them big goofy hats too. Lapusha with another $5 Australian. Knights of Guinevere and Gaslight District trailers on Glitch. Alright, we'll watch them again. I thought you already paid for me to watch these. I guess you just want to see them more. Like, I think you've paid for me to watch each of these before. If not you, someone has. I know someone. I know I've watched these both on stream. So we've got Snow White, but anime, and she's surrounded by Pokemon / Hello Kitty Sanrio type creatures. Got some like My Melodies, something that looks like a Buizel, and a what's that one snake? The one Pokemon snake. This one looks kind of like the fucking Pokemon with that's like leaves with a red dot on its head. You probably know what I'm
She's dreaming. Oh shit, she's waking up! Hey, hold her down!
This is very like Alien or Prometheus, like surgical horror. She seems to be turning into a Deoxys. Just having a little Deoxys transformation.
Hey, hold her down!
I get the feeling those two ladies are about to get smushed. Yeah, this is a very effective teaser in that it just shows you, hey, this show's going to be gorgeous, it's going to have visual references to Disney, and it's going to be fucking horrifying. That's all you need to know. Good character art. Hard to know what it's going to be, beyond the aesthetics. This one, I feel like, gives you a little bit more to go on. Right away, the aesthetic is just brilliant.
Dad?
It really, like, I know people are going to end up inevitably comparing this mostly to Tim Burton, but what it reminds me of is actually Tim Schafer and, like, all the old what's it called, LucasArts games. That's what this art reminds me of.
What do we do now?
You stay by our side, kid.
It is indeed, in as much as it is a glitch show. I think they are still independent, and they're probably like the biggest independent animation studio like fucking ever at this point.
Now, follow my lead.
The music is great. Immediately reminds me of like Evangelion, weirdly. I get the feeling this show will have musical numbers in it. The Gaslight District is just a great fucking name also. Like, obviously if you know what gaslighting is, it immediately puts in your head like, oh, this is gonna be like mentally fucked. And if you don't know what it means metaphorically, it just it's literally a district where there are gas lights, but it lets you know what you're in for right from the title. Like, I'm going to be gaslit. Let's see how that feels. Is this image gaslighting in and of itself? Looks like it. Probably is. Yeah, those both look like they will probably be very good. Wait, are there 4 episodes of The Amazing Digital Circus? I had thought there was like 3. I don't think I ever saw episode 3 at all. I know I've seen parts of episode 4. I know I've seen the first 2 because we watched them together, and I don't remember the second episode being nearly as memorable. I definitely like Murder Drones more because I like the aesthetics of Murder Drones more. Anyway, those shows will probably be good. Amazing Digital Circus is on Netflix, but it's not a Netflix show. It's just licensed by them. Reminds you of Johann Vasquez. Yeah, that too. It definitely, yeah, Squee, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and Squee, I could definitely see that. Especially with the eyes. The super, super fucking tiny pupils and everything. She looks like she could be a Frankenstein girl. Murder Jones has hot robots. I don't really find them hot personally, but like they're cool. I wouldn't call them hot. I see you plotting to go halvesies on Amazing Digital Circus episode 3. Don't do that right now. We'll save that for later. Mostly because I don't feel up to watching it right now. I will zone the fuck out. I will not be able to pay attention to it. Too long. I'm still trying to figure out where obsession needs to go. And so far, the answers I've gotten are away, towards fixing your problems, towards whatever you can do for the longest time, towards Libely, finishing Kusomega, finishing Sunops, protecting Pluto, increasing production value on my music, and helping Elon Musk towards the inevitable, I guess. Snowman8 says, Amazing Digital Circus is so boring, bro. I'm kind of inclined to agree. The first 2 episodes did not entertain me very much. And what I saw of the 4th episode, I had the same issues. It's just slow. It's just too slow for me. And I know my content is slow. This live stream is slow. This is not like the most exciting manic energy podcast content I could be doing. But I don't know. It's hard for me to consume someone else's slowness as opposed to just being my own slowness, I guess. Sunops book 1, please. I definitely should work on that one. It's good. Good books. You know what is the problem? Is that writing fiction is not fun and sucks. How to write. First, put finger on key. Key go bam. Now letter on screen. Look at that. Did it. Wonderful world of words. Here comes a new challenger. Now we're all in this together. One big alphabet soup. It's time now to Show 'em what you got. Write that shit all the way down. All the way. Not the day down. All the way down. Write it like it's stolen. There you go. How to write. First, put finger on key. Key go bam. Now letter on screen. Look at that, you did it. Wonderful world of words. Here comes a new challenger. Now we're all in this together. One big alphabet soup. It's time now to show 'em what you got. Write that shit down. All the way down. All the way down. Write it like it's stolen. And now you know how to write. You really like the downward spiral concept, don't you? Is there a downward spiral in this? I guess I do say all the way down. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Is Trixie Clipsy ever coming back? I have no idea. I don't know if they don't know that I'm streaming again, or if they are busy with other facets of life. I never learned anything about them as a human being. Trixie Clipsy never really let me know much other than that they like clips. I mean, I kind of got a sense of what they like about my content based on what they clip. But not necessarily a sense of who they are, you know? So I don't know anything about their life circumstances or anything like that. Why they might not be here. I keep thinking about you saying you really like the downward spiral concept. Alien Nun? Alien Run? Alien Run. I really think downward spiral is like played out as a concept. Like it's I don't know, it's kind of funny, I guess, but like I've seen like you got Emp Lemons abused downward spiral, you got Danny Brown used a downward spiral, you got, you know, the 9 Inch Nails album, the downward spiral, and I'm like, I've had enough. You know, the whole of Welcome to the NHK is like a downward spiral. I'm bored of downward spiral type media, so I would say no, I'm not a big fan of downward spiral, but mostly out of being tired of it and finding it kind of play out. If I used to reference it a lot, then that's probably why I'm sick of it. I'm much more obsessed with the outward spiral. You know, the Fibonacci spiral. The spiral out, keep going spiral. Reaching for the random or whatever will bewilder me. Following our will and whim, we may just go where no one's been. We'll ride the spiral to the end and may just go where no one's been. It's an easy way to say I'm depressed or whatever, so I can see why people use it a lot. I think it's more than just... like, I think that you can be depressed a little bit and then pull yourself out of it. Downward spiral is when it's like it just keeps feeding into itself, where it's like the negative behaviors keep feeding into one another and you feel like you can't get out of them, you know? So it feels like you're just getting worse and worse and worse and not getting better. I think that's what people feel as a downward spiral. And I felt that way for a time, but it was more like I spiraled down when I was like 14, and then I just sat at the bottom, you know, and I sat at the bottom for like 14 years. And so like downward spiral stuff appealed to me in the sense that it was like watching other people tumble down to where I was, but like I'm already there. There was nowhere further to fall, you know? So like so now I'm more interested in not even I don't look at it like you can either go up or down. Inevitably you're going up and down. It's more like what's the pitch of your wavelength, you know? I'm all about raising the pitch of people's wavelengths. So it's not a spiral in any direction. It's a wavelength. But what frequency is it vibrating at is the question. You know, you need to vibrate higher so you can capture the portal that connects this Earth of 3D to one Earth of 4D or 5D. Going to the 5D. Clean. How can there be a clean?
Vibrate
Why did you do this, Clean Gems? Why?
You need to vibrate higher so you can capture the opening of the portal that connects this Earth of 3D to one Earth of 4D or 5D. Going to the...
Why are you doing this? Clean Gems. Why? Who is this for? Do you just not want to hear the swears yourself? Fascinating. I cannot imagine feeling the need to create a swear-free version of Culture Shock by Death Grips. Cannot imagine that. I guess I made a minor assumption that you may have been more obsessed with down spiral versus up spiral due to you at one point ranking Ava over Gurren Lagann. Dumb correlation, I know, my bad. It's not necessarily a dumb correlation, but I also don't necessarily... So I had that, if you've seen it, I have that video about Evangelion as a spiral story. Let me know if you have seen this video, because it's funny if you haven't. It might seem weird to compare it up, but basically in this video I call Evangelion an inward spiral and Jujutsu Kaisen an outward spiral. Rather than it being down or up, it's in or out, you know? Because I'm not viewing the spiral as traveling in a direction so much as like you are traveling either up the spiral or down the spiral, you know? So like you're either approaching singularity or you're approaching everythingness, I guess, which is in itself singularity, but there's an infinite amount of everythingness. So, you know, how would you approach it? You know what I mean? The most glorious sound in the Sure, why not? I guess. But yeah, I feel like I go into myself in a spiral and I go out of myself in a spiral all the time. Like I'm always spiraling in and out. Not up and down, but very much in and out, you know? Because it doesn't make me depressed to go inward. Like looking into myself does not make me sad. It usually makes me happy that I can find something, you know, that like there is any meaning to be found inwardly makes me happy, you know. So if I flip from in to out, it's sort of like I'm going inward until I'm not finding anything, and then I'm going outward, you know, and then I'm going outward until I'm not finding anything, and then I'm going inward, you know, until I find something. And right now I'm feeling lost in the shuffle because I've picked up too much. I've gone really broad. I'm on a very big ring of my spiral right now, and I've picked up a ton of information, and I don't know how to make a singularity out of it. I don't know how to file it down to one point and just do a thing. So that's what this stream is about. I am a person of obsession. I'm naturally obsessed with anything I'm doing. Right now I'm obsessed with doing live streams. But I don't know how to guide the live streams beyond when people tell me what to do or literally pay me to do something specific. I feel like I'm trying to figure out, how do I give voice to my audience? Like, how do I become... What message are you all trying to send to the rest of the world? You know, like, if I was trying to embody this culture, and, like, let's say I was writing a book, or I was writing a video, or I was doing something that's meant to be seen by millions of people, what would you all want me to tell millions of people? You know, like, what would you all hope that I became obsessed with so that I could tell millions of people about it? Whether that's an emotion, a thing, you know, like a place, a person, whatever. Where does obsession need to go? I knew you were going to say Umineko. We already have Umineko. We're not trying to burn through all of Umineko in 5 minutes, you know, which is what my version of what 5 years means is, you know, time works differently for me. I can't believe it's been 8 days since last time we played Umineko because it still feels like last night to me, but time works differently for me. So, like, I need more. I can't be as obsessed with Umineko as maybe you would wish, because it doesn't say enough to me. Like, and that, by that I don't mean that it doesn't say enough as a story. It says plenty. It just doesn't say enough to me to be the only thing I could be obsessed with. You know, like, it doesn't... I don't feel like all the answers are inside of Umineko. You know, I feel like there's good stuff in there. But, you know, in a lot of ways, I'm, you know, really trying to work to get the milk the honey out of that stone, if that makes... I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Kasane Perto? What is Kasane Perto? Kasane Teto Pear?
I am a parrot. 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 I am a parrot.
She's gone. I love Teta. Okay, well that is clearly going in peak only. What in the actual fuck did I just see? I think I experienced a small ego death watching that, actually. I definitely felt I was Pear for at least a second there. Holy moly. And now I've got Chirumiru stuck in my head, so we have to go just listen to Chirumiru now.
の脳みそ発育させるタンパク成分即座に発動フロストコラム即座に対応するために鉄分ミネラルビタミン C は戦う妖精のたしなみこういう溶かして水にして粉を混ぜたらすぐ飲めるっておバカと言われて数百年そんな時代ももうすぐ終わる幻想郷のテレビショッピング今ならさらにもう一回脳神経の発達サポート DHA スイートリーバカじゃないの違うもんだいぶできる子なの見ててねただ少しだけ不自由なのだけどそれはバカじゃないの間違ってだらけでも足とはくなるところ物理的にね朝になればその日も元気に値のターン始まるチッチルミル今日も元気チッチルミルコーナミルチルミルチルミル元気チルミル元気だよ飲むと頭がチルミル良くなるよチルミルチルミル今日もチルミルチルミル飲むと頭が満開さくらチルミル誰かわいいんだ
Yeah. The nostalgia is fucking real. Oh shit, you said to do Caro Destiny yet next. Okay, we'll do Caro Destiny next. It is kind of a natural sequel, isn't it? Snowman 8 requested The Death of Trixie Lullaby 3130 to 3630. I have no idea what this is. Is this a... Oh boy. Oh boy. This looks like a saucy My Little Pony fan animation. Okay. 3130. This looks like it's turning into Utsura at this part. Okay. What the fuck am I in for here? Oh, she's dead. Alright.
A witch.
A witch? That's me.
Reality has been undone.
Oh boy.
And it became your fantasy. The fantasy of the girl.
First of all, thank you, Snowman 8. Second of all, what the actual fuck?
Of illusions. Why? Because you are her opposite. And if she is the girl with nothing, you are the one with everything. Don't you see? You've always been the greatest of us all.
This is like, somehow if you fused the ending of Evangelion, Serial Experiments Lane, Gurren Lagann, and the Utena film, not the ending though, the part where they dance in the Rose Garden, and then the music from like another anime and My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. How have I not seen this already? Nobody told me this was a thing, or did I just not understand what people were trying to tell me? Is this one of those cases where people have been trying to tell me and I just didn't understand? Because I don't know how I could have not known about this.
You're my everything. Do you remember this day?
November 19th of 2010. Season 1 Episode 6 of Friendship is Magic. It was the first day we met.
It really was so much simpler. I look back at this time and remember who I was back then. You were just another obstacle to me. A rival, and nothing more. And yet, here we are. Look at how far we've come. We hold the fabric of reality in our
I appreciate the clever way they're using the, you know, the cycling animations to just hang in like a weird, liminal's not the word. What is it called if it's just like an abstract version of reality?
I can reshape the world, and still, I'd trade it all to live in this moment forever. When everything was simple, before I realized how much I needed you. I can fight fate, Sparkle, I always have. But I don't know how to fight the one fear you gave to me.
The fear of what?
The fear of knowing one day I might have to live in a world without you.
Gay? Whoa,
Nothing.
what the fuck is that? That looks sick. Super fucking alicorn space horse.
Is going to take me away from you. I didn't pick you because you were the greatest.
This would be a sick tattoo, actually. This thing is fucking ill.
Not because destiny handed you something, because it didn't.
If that had been somebody's like pony OC and they were making YouTube videos with like that, I would have been like, holy fucking shit. Why did none of us aspire to such a level with our OCs, you know?
You don't have some kind of grand purpose, or divine rule like a princess. You had nothing.
Oh my fucking god. It's playing Erasure. This is the song that is the song that plays in Robot Unicorn Attack, the Adult Swim game. I once listened to this song for like several days on end, just on repeat.
And you still
This is
fought.
reawakening that
Harder
memory.
than any pony that I know. You clawed your way to every triumph, even when the whole world would laugh.
I never wanted to be this.
But only you can be this. Only a girl who's been beaten down as much as you can make fate take a bow.
Then why does it feel so empty? Why does it feel like I've lost everything?
Because you traded it all away, to hold on to just one thing.
You.
How much did fucking Katy Perry's Firework rip off this song, by the way? Like, I almost started singing Firework just there because the lead into the
And
hook
I-
is exactly the same.
I'm grateful for it. But it'll be lonely if we're the only ones. There are so many ponies besides us.
harmony,
And they all
harmony
deserve to
always.
live. So, please, bring it all back.
With you, and make believe with you, and live in harmony, harmony always.
Oh, Trixie, just when I thought you'd disappoint, you always bring it all around.
Amazing.
Is this what they call falling in love?
Now I'm truly alone.
You found your long-lost sister, got revenge against your father, erased reality, and brought it back, then became a peg acorn because you felt like it.
Note, an alicorn is the result of a grand transformation, often with a flash of light, heavenly music, and Celestia saying some wise shit. They're powerful, probably immortal, and tied to destiny. A pegacorn, on the other hoof, is just unicorn plus Pegasus, even more rare than alicorns, but lacking in the grand purpose to fulfill department. However, because they have both wings and a horn, every pony assumes they're alicorns, which can lead to some awkward conversations.
You don't get to mope like a bitch. Check it out, dear. The Stolen Hearts.
Bird is here. Bird. I'm watching some strange My Little Pony fan animation.
Wow. How is
Very odd. I think Trixie died and then like became God and then changed the universe to her desires or something. It's I haven't watched the whole thing. I was paid to just watch 5 minutes of it from like near the end, so it's just like chaos from my perspective. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Bunga.
I'm probably gonna go to bed.
Not bad. Are you hungry?
I could eat. Do we have food?
We have chicken and potatoes. I could cook that up if you want, but
I'll
I'd have to.
probably fall asleep before that is done.
All right, well then I'll cook it later, and I'll wake you up in the middle of the night.
I don't know about all that.
But you're off tomorrow, so you can be woken up any time, and it won't matter.
That is true. You could do that.
Woogly boogly.
You should marinate the chicken soonish if you're gonna do that.
Okay, well then I'll do that instead. I'll marinate it, and then I'll cook it tomorrow.
Or just later. You can marinate it for like an hour, and that'd be fine. You just said you were gonna do it later. Ads inserted. How dare you insert ads while I am here?
You know the song "Always" by Erasure?
No.
You ever play Robot Unicorn Attack?
No.
It's a song that is playing in this animation at this part, and now it's stuck in my head, and I hadn't heard it in a really long time, but one time I listened to it for several days on end, so now I'm like, oh great, this song's never gonna leave my fucking head
I see.
ever again.
Well, I'm leaving your head.
No, but always I want to be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony. He's drinking the coffee out of the pot. Like there was like a little bit left. I guess that works. I mean, the grounds holder is holding the grounds down, so it doesn't. I guess
Not
that.
all of them.
Oh no, not all of them. He says. Coffee grounds. Okay. Going to continue this bizarre My Little Pony adventure.
They're going back to their natural hosts.
Seriously, that hold on to the night. Isn't that exactly what Katy Perry says in Firework? I can't remember. It's ignite the. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night like the 4th of July. It's like a slightly longer version of the melody. Long, slow stare into the eyes until the vocals finish, and then right on the next beat, hey.
Will you marry me?
You know, because they're horses, so when they say hey, it makes me think about hay.
We can give you what you want. If you'll let us.
Who the fuck? Is that her brother and Princess Cadence? Like, the implication is we'll be like them?
No, it might not be the perfect family you pictured for yourself. But we'll...
No, that's her brother and Cadence. So who the fuck are they on the... That must be her parents. It's her parents, her brother and his wife, her mentor and her sister.
All here for you.
Where the fuck is the rest of her friends?
And we love you so very much. Will you be my wife, Trixie, Lulamoon?
Like, Cadence is not her, like, literal... I mean, Celestia is not literally her family. So if we're going to include people who are not literally her family, why aren't the rest of the main 6 there, too? I'm just saying.
Yeah. Of course I will.
Maybe she doesn't know them in this universe. I haven't seen the whole video, obviously. Harmony, harmony, I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, Well, that was fucking adorable and strange and kind of incomprehensible. And this is definitely the moon from fucking Blood In, Blood Out. the same exact moon. Come on now. It's even jittery.
Blood in.
This is not what you used to fuck up wanna make a living of the world.
This is the part.
I'm seeing illusions, looking at time. It's barely moving, let me unwind. All the confusion stuck in my mind. Letting me bring up, watch it divide. As I see another part of me that's hard as me. See the other side is calling me, the God in me. Split personality, split my reality. Life is a bitch that I fuck bestiality. Might be your fault if you fall from fatality. Pull out Excalibur, call up the cavalry. I can change the way that people think by using alchemy. Homie, I'm a god, you gon' tell me that it's blessed with me. I'm just telling people that I'm more than a human being. Everything that niggas spit fresh, call it Listerine. I don't give a damn about your jewelry. Brother, you were just another fool of me. You ain't never dealing with the coonery. Feeling like the end is coming soon to me. Everybody dies, everybody lives in their nightmares. I stare at the motherfucking light. Everybody dies, everybody lives in a nightmare. I stare for the new inside.
What am I looking for here, Lapusha? Light Moved Themes Can't by TTGW? Isn't that me, Trial of the Golden Witch? I don't remember having a song called Light Moved Themes Can't. I meant light novels can't. Themes, light novels. Oh, light novels can't possibly be. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Light novel anime trends can't possibly be this interesting. Shimashita and Okay. Okay. We can do this. In the mid-1990s, 20-something Aurorian Dance, that's how you know. It's a 2015 anime analysis video. Year-old author Kohei Kadono was struggling to make his debut. Publishers repeatedly turned him away, stating that his work was too bizarre and out there to be released. Kadono developed a deep admiration for and jealousy of pop media. It's so funny how many times I've quoted this fucking... Literally, all this information I'm saying right here is pulled from the afterword of Boogie Pop Volume 2. And it's the explanation of why the name is Boogie Pop. And I've probably brought it up a billion fucking times. Otherwise, no one would ever have known about this. And decided to pursue a better pop sensibility, except for the translator of Boogie Pop, in his work. What resulted was a middle ground, which he referred to as a sort of boogie pop. Boogie Pop and Others was published in 1998 and took the grand prize in the Dengeki-ji's novel contest, along with meeting widespread success in Japan. It wasn't the first published book to be considered a light novel, nor was it the first to become hugely popular and later get adapted into animation, as the 90s had also seen adaptations of popular sci-fi and fantasy series such as The Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Record of Lodoss War, This is a case where, what's the word? There's like a specific, it's like one of the, you know how K in Japanese, like K-E-I means like style? Like there's a word for like urban style. I don't remember, Shindenki. That's what I'm thinking of. Not even a K, actually. Shindenki is like the genre I'm talking about, that I didn't know that word. But like dark urban fantasy type novels, like I'm trying to explain that took off here. But like I didn't know that terminology yet. Shout out to Nino who taught me about this term, because he's writing a book in that, his light novel is in that genre of like the Durarara, K Return of Kings, like, you know, fucking handshakers, like anything that's like magical realism set in Tokyo with like a high fashion, like hip hop kind of aesthetic, you know, urban aesthetic. I think Boogie Pop I think it's still going. That's a good question, because I would not know. No, that's the anime. Let's see. Yeah, it's still going. When did the last one come out? Is there a list? There's not a list. There is a list. We're up to 23 light novels. The last one came out in 2019, so pre-pandemic. Did the pandemic kill Boogie Pop? Is he just working real hard? I mean, actually, this also would have been right around... The last book would have came out right around the time of the last anime adaptation as well. Maybe the anime wasn't enough to save the popularity of the series and they finally canned it. I don't know. It's very possible that Kodono is just working on another one or another thing, actually. What else do you write, Kodono? I know you haven't just been making Boogie Pop for fucking 35 years. The Emperoider, Repent While Purges. Oh, no, these are still Boogie Pop. Okay. Tokuma Duel. Whatever Tokuma Duel is. The Jiken series. The stories that he wrote for Faust. Shizuru-san series. I don't know anything about any of these. He did a JoJo book. None of these have fucking dates on them, so there's no way for me to know what he's done in the last 5 years. Whatever.
Rest of the Stars, Irresponsible Captain Tyler, and Slayers. However, Boogie Pop and Others was the book which set the tone for what light novels were going to become over the next 2 decades. Set in a typical Japanese high school and with illustrations which, while distinct from the style that was popular at the time, were nonetheless very anime, Boogie Pop was built on the backbone of resembling a typical anime or manga series. However, the story itself was far from ordinary, combining elements of supernatural horror and mystery, a distinctly Lovecraftian mythological undercurrent, and themes about the nature of society and teen psychology. Boogie Pop was a lot deeper and darker than much of its ilk. Its structure was unique as well, with the story being told anachronically by 5 different narrators who weren't aware of how their part of the story tied in with everyone else's. In spite of its anime art and supernatural slant, for all intents and purposes, Boogie Pop could have been a normal book. It makes fewer references to video games or anime than it does to obscure American 80s bands and old Japanese movies. And
thanks to JoJo.
Were it not for the artwork that it's packaged with, the characters could easily be imagined as real people. As a matter of fact, following a manga adaptation by the novel's illustrator in 1999, Boogie Pop was adapted into the live-action film Boogie Pop Doesn't Laugh in the year 2000. Alongside this film adaptation came the anime series Boogie Pop Phantom, which...
I kind of like the way the images fade into one another, but they keep sliding like they're... Like it feels like one image that's moving but keeps changing. That's a cool effect.
Takes place sort of in between the first and second light novels and features some of their characters, but mostly consists of original content, presented in a sort of anthology formula wherein each episode is a self-contained story that ties into a bigger narrative. It's likely that this...
Should you read Boogie Pop? Yes. Read the ones that are translated, at the very least. It will take you like 3 hours. It's not a very long book.
Structure came as the result of the difficulties which would come from trying to adapt the largely narration-driven Boogie Pop novels, which individually wouldn't be long enough to fill up a whole show and would be awkward to adapt with their anachronic storylines. Well,
god damn, there were really 9 of them already by the time of the first anime? That's fucking crazy.
Boogie Pop didn't exactly cause a sudden boom in light novels, nor...
So yeah, at the time, as it says here, only 4 books had been brought to America. 7 Seas brought books 1, 2, and 3, and then they brought book 6 because it's a prequel. Now, there are all of the first 6 out in 2 omnibus volumes, and I don't think they did a 3rd omnibus, so we do have the first 6, but I don't think there's any more yet? Could be wrong.
Light novel adaptations, it did set the tone for what kind of stories were going to be made over the next 5 years. The Kara no Kyokai series by Type Moon, which began its doujinshi publication in 1998, was similar in its dark urban setting, anachronic storytelling, and themes of supernatural horror and psychology.
It says Kyoaki down there instead of Kyokai.
While not similar in setting, Kino's Journey began publishing in 2000 and had a similarly contemplative and thematically boom, 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 bling, 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 boom, bling, 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 blah, bling. The deep storyline with hints of underlying darkness, and was adapted into animation in 2003. That year also gave us Bakano, which married the anachronic order, dark urban setting, and supernatural mysteries with a cast of over-the-top characters and set it in 1920s New York. Ballad of a Shinigami and Hanbun no Suki were also started in 2003, with a tone and presentation more similar to Kino's Journey in their quiet contemplation and anthology style, and both were adapted into 6
All I can hear is the beat. Episode OVAs in 2006. 2003 also gave us Go Sick, which was a much more straightforward mystery series, but with similar tonal elements to the others. While Kohei Kodono would gradually take his success with the Boogie Pop franchise as a license to grow increasingly more boogie with each new installation, 2002 saw the rise of a young author who would truly take the boogie and pop combination to its furthest extremes. Nisio Isin made his popular debut with the Zaregoto series, a mystery crime drama which focused mostly on unbelievable. I don't know if they ever brought more Zaregoto to the US. I know they republished it. Long and impenetrably convoluted conversations, rife with wordplay, pop culture references, and plot twists so out of left field that it's questionable if anything makes sense at all. These elements would become Nisio Isin's trademarks, though the author would truly leave his mark on the light novel industry years later. Whereas the light novels that I've talked about so far mostly began as complete stories, the history of light novels is also closely tied to that of certain anthology magazines. While I don't feel that all of them are relevant to the trajectory of light novel adaptations that I'm trying to paint with this post, the emergence of the light novel and manga anthology Faust in 2003 marked a genesis moment for the modern style of light novel. Featuring short stories by the aforementioned Kohei Kodono, Type Moon, and Nisio Isin, along with other rising stars like Otsuichi, Tatsuhiko Takimoto, and Ryukishio 7, Faust had a strong focus. It's our guy. Hey everybody, it's our guy. It's actually all of our guys, but on the type of dark, urban, and hyper-modern mystery stories which all of these authors were popularizing. Between the works of these authors, light novels started to take on a unique identity. These stories were often a little— This is the world I belong in. A little bit twisted, bizarre, and out there, yet unmistakably tied in some way to the culture and personality of the modern otaku. Tatsuhiko Takimoto's 2002 novel Welcome to the NHK was the semi-autobiographical in another universe where the Faust magazine was still being published, I would be published in this magazine. I don't know how. I would have made it happen. Tale of his years spent in self-isolation, binging deep on anime culture. Type Moon and Ryukishio 7 would grow in popularity as visual novel producers with series like Higurashi, Tsukihime, and Fate Stay Night, all of which were also adapted into anime in the mid-2000s. As light novels grew in popularity, more of them were slowly brought to animation. Have I ever collabed with Pause and Select? Yes, we've done a few podcasts together. Never like a whole video. I really like Pause and Select as a person, and I like his content, but it often is just over my head. And we've never gotten into like much personal contact beyond doing a few podcasts together, but I think he's a cool guy. I assume he's a guy, you know. I never explicitly got pronouns. Much of what got animated in the early 2000s was popular sci-fi and fantasy novels more in the vein of Slayers from the late 90s, such as Full Metal Panic, Scrapped Princess, Starship Operators, The 12 Kingdoms, and Kyokara Mao. Also, unrelated to the trends which I've talked about or will continue to talk about, there emerged a steady stream of romance stories, often focused— I think my problem with this video is that it feels like I'm presenting these like— I feel like I'm kind of talking about several different things and just grouping them all together. Because, like, I want to talk about light novels and how there are kind of the— oh, some of you are about to see ads. I feel like, good night, Ellen. Unless you're watching an ad right now, in which case, good ad, Ellen. I feel like I'm describing different universes of light novels and kind of grouping them all together when they don't have that much to do with each other. And maybe that's kind of the point, is I'm saying, like, it used to be we had this category, this category, this category, and now we've got this category. But I feel like this is just— it's too much of an oversimplification for it to be, like, taken as any kind of truth, you know? On lesbian romance, with series such as Maria-sama ga Miteru and Strawberry Panic, both of which were adapted into anime in the mid-2000s. There also emerged a number of series which were more like manga stories that just happened to be written as light novels, such as Shakugan no Shana, which started in 2002 and was adapted into several seasons of anime starting in 2005. Zero Note— I remember this being a difficult bit to do vocally, because I had to say each show and then its year. Part of this video, like, in the interest of being very complete with certain pieces of information unnecessarily, I tasked myself to say a bunch of funny sentences, and I think part of the appeal of this video is just listening to me say those sentences, like just how often I say like Japanese name of thing and then year it's created and then year it was adapted all in one breath. It becomes like this odd, like entertaining feat of words. Also, First Kiss
Got no
Kana
Shana,
Hajimare.
which started in 2002 and was adapted into several seasons of anime starting in 2005. Zero Note
First
Tsukaima, which
Kiss
started in
Kana
2004 and was adapted into
Hajimaru,
several seasons of anime
Doki
starting
Doki
in 2006. And Towaruma Jutsu no Index, which started in 2004.
Oh my god, it's the only time I
adapted into
ever
several
worked.
seasons of anime starting in 2006. And Towaruma
Says, oh my god, I finally worked my waifu into a video. I never really thought of Komoe as like my waifu in that like she's obviously my spirit animal. She is my personal avatar. She is the if I could have been anyone, I would have been her type beat. At least at the time, that's how I felt. I don't feel that way anymore. But this is where I was at in my head, was like I feel like Komoe sensei, you know?
Jutsu no Index, which started
and I never got her into another video, I don't think.
Started in 2004 and was adapted into several seasons of anime starting in 2008. However, the moment when light novel trends began to shift and truly mold into what we see today started in the mid-2000s, as light novel adaptations became more and more frequent. It all begins with yet another light novel series that began in 2003, but which became much more significant when it was adapted into animation in 2006.
Right,
I'm
bored
talking,
of
of course,
this. I'm
about the
gonna speed it
melancholy
up.
of Haruhi Suzumiya. Haruhi took a lot of the supernatural edge and narrator-driven approach which other stories had made popular, but ditched the horror element in favor of characters that didn't take themselves very seriously, and a storyline which was a deliberate meta-commentary on the kinds of stories which could be found in most anime and manga. The idea was to poke fun at the ridiculousness of high school anime, wherein every character is some kind of superpowered creature, while also being that kind of story itself. To get around the issue of how the first novel had the most straightforward dramatic narrative, while the others were more standalone stories, the adaptation used an anachronic episode order so that the biggest...
There's just too much information in this video that is disconnected and has nothing to do with the other information. It's like I'm just trying to introduce you to like every light novel that matters in one video and also explain what it is, and like it's too uncoordinated. It's just too much fucking random information.
Dramatic payoff would come at the end.
And I know part of that is because this came out. This was the third video that I had released after my channel had a strike on it, and at the time, if your channel had a strike, you couldn't upload anything longer than 15 minutes. So I had just done the Gurren Lagann versus Kill La Kill video and the Why Hunter x Hunter Kicks Ass video right before this one. And both of those, I had to like cut stuff out and talk really fast to get it to 15 minutes. It's like right under 15 minutes. So with this one, I know I was trying to write it to be like exactly 15 minutes long. You know, it was like, how much information can I get into a 15-minute video? And that was this. So like there should be either way more or way less information, but ultimately it's 15 minutes worth of information.
End of the series. It was clever for its time, and more importantly, it was explosively popular. After the success of Haruhi, light novel adaptations became far more frequent. Bakano was adapted in 2007, and similar to Haruhi, used an anachronic episode order to time the climaxes of 3 books to all occur at the end of the show. Spice and Wolf received a more straightforward adaptation in 2008, being as it was a fantasy story, but with the unique twist of being focused on economics. Kurenai received an anime adaptation in 2008, which largely changed the nature of the story, whereas the straightforward romance series Toradora was given a straightforward adaptation that year as well, along with Toshokan Senso and Kyoran Kazokuniki. However, while the effect that Haruhi had on light novel anime adaptations was simply to make more of them happen, it was the effect of the series on light novels themselves which would become far more significant. From 2006 onwards, there would be a massive emergent trend of light novels which go out of their way to bend and play with anime tropes, or to have elements of meta-commentary on otaku culture. You can see the early effects of this in meta-centric stories like 2008's Seitokai no Ichizone, which was adapted in 2009, and Nogizaka Haruka no Himitsu, which started only a year after Haruhi but was adapted in 2008. Haruhi can hardly take the full blame for starting this trend though, as another light novel series which began in 2005 may have contributed to it even more. Bakemonogatari was a series of anthology shorts which Nisio wrote for Mephisto magazine. These shorts were compiled and added onto in a pair of collected volumes which became hugely popular. Not unlike Haruhi, Bakemonogatari featured a lot of meta elements, with characters...
It's just too much fucking information. Like, I keep hearing it, and I'm like, I know all these things, and I'm just thinking, like, okay, I know all of those are facts, but why are they all in this video? You know, why did we need to know the way that Bakemonogatari was released in this video? I don't understand.
Characters frequently using otaku terminology and commenting on the nature of their story as being exactly that, although Nisio Isin's writing brought a far more twisted slant to the dialogue. Bakemonogatari still feels very much like a Faust-style light novel, but its increased use of meta humor made it popular among otaku, and would hit like a second wave on the style of light novels with its adaptation in 2009. Put another way, if the Haruhi adaptation started a trend in light novels to be more meta, while starting a trend in anime to adapt more light novels, then the Bakemonogatari adaptation started a trend in light novels to become even more meta, while starting a trend in anime to adapt the plethora of meta-centric light novels which Haruhi had already inspired. While it's true that Haruhi had already been hugely profitable, the success of Bakemonogatari would take things to a whole new level which no one could have predicted. In spite of being a trippy, bizarre, and relatively low-budget adaptation by a studio used to modest success, the Bakemonogatari anime set new records for Blu-ray sales in Japan, and is still among the top 5 highest-selling anime of all time by a long shot. The success of this series opened the floodgates on light novel adaptations, and it wasn't long before the iron was struck once more by a series which would come to define the trajectory of light novel adaptations from here on out. Remember that up until this point, light novel adaptations have been pretty varied, with some being more fantasy and sci-fi oriented, and others following a trend of quietly contemplative stories, or even bringing a heavy element of dark urban and supernatural fantasy to the mix. Even stuff like Haruhi and Bakemonogatari, which played around with the meta of anime storytelling, still had heavy elements of supernatural mystery and an off-kilter presentation, which set them apart from the average anime and manga series. However, it would be the runaway success of the 2010 anime adaptation of the 2008 light novel, Ore no
By the way, there are 2 requests that are coming after this. Lapucia asked for the real animated adventures of Doc and Marty, and Light Spaceman with $10 says to critique their channel based on vibes. I guess I should say his channel, because if you have man in your name, you probably have he, him pronouns.
Moto ga konna ni kawaii wake ga nai, or my little sister can't possibly be this cute, which inevitably set the tone for what was to come. Ore no Imoto was once again being about a cute little sister who's obsessed with cute little sisters and all of her otaku friends. Narratively, it was more of a conventional romantic comedy / slice of life story, but the ever popular meta element made it a smash hit among otaku audiences and ignited a trend wherein the little sister character would become nearly ubiquitous in light novels for years to come. It wasn't long before approximately 5 million adaptations of light novels with obnoxiously long titles and heavily meta-driven storylines began pouring out.
Alright, here comes the part of the video you all actually like, right? This is the fun part.
The woodwork with varying degrees of imagination. Boku wa tomodachi ga sukunai. Denpa onna to seishun otoko. Hai yore nyarako-san. Ino battle wa nichijou kei no naka de. Jinsei. Kanojo ga flag o oraretara. Kore wa zombie desu ka? No game, no life. No rin. Ore no nai sentakushin ga gakuen rabukame o zenryoku de jama shiteru. Oni-chan dakedo aisai areba kankei nai yo ne. Ore no kanojo to osana najimi ga shuraba sugiru. Ore Twin Tails ni narimasu. Outbreak Company. Papa no iu koto o kiki nasai.
Outbreak
R15.
Company.
Rokujoma no Shinryakusha. Shinmai Mao no Testament. Hentai oji to warabanai neko. Yahari ore o seishun rabukame wa machigatteiru. Yusha ni narenakatta ore wa shibu shibu shushoku o ketsui shimashita. And
I know that one took a few fucking takes. That is a hard name to say.
Rabukame wa machigatteiru. Yusha ni narenakatta ore wa shibu shibu shushoku o ketsui
Yusha ni narenakatta ore no... Hold on.
Ore o seishun rabukame wa machigatteiru. Yusha ni narenakatta ore wa shibu shibu shushoku o
Ketsui
Shimashita and Sainai Heroine no Soratekata are all light novel series with heavy meta elements which have been adapted into animation in the time since Ore-imo, and those are just the ones that I know about. While some of them are more interesting than others, the majority of them are pretty much exactly the same. This isn't to say, however, that there are not still light novel adaptations being made which don't fall into these trends. Durarara comes from the same author as Bakano and fits in with the old Faust style, as does Fate Zero, while series like Log Horizon, Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita, and Kyokai Senjo no Horizon keep the sci-fi and fantasy styles alive. Golden Time and Sakuraso Pet Nakanojo keep the romantic flames going, while series like Hataraku...
Actually, I feel like I don't know if I had seen all of Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita when I made this video, but that definitely falls into the Faust style as well.
Mao-sama, Amagi Brilliant Park, and Hitsugi no Chaika fall in more with the manga-like style that I mentioned before. There's also plenty of dumbass generic shit like Sword Art Online, Machine Doll wa Kizutsukenai, Absolute Duo, and Seiken Tsukai no World Break, which don't necessarily follow light novel trends so much as general anime and manga cliches. The point of this post is not so much to pigeonhole light novel adaptations into one archetype, nor to be a comprehensive guide to their history, but rather to paint the picture of how certain trends came to be.
It's more like, I just really want to talk about light novels, because no one's doing it, ever, on YouTube. Please, someone, join me.
You can see how a genre which started out revolving around dark, urban, supernatural mysteries with light sprinklings of anime tropes slowly morphed into an ever more indulged...
This really was me, like, trying to just pour every ounce of light novel knowledge I had into the audience to try to make them get anywhere closer to understanding.
Metacentric stories. It's interesting to think of the two trends I presented here as concentric circles, with Haruhi and Bakemonogatari...
That's not what concentric means.
...falling into the middle, while Boogie Pop sits on the far left and Ore no Imoto on the far right. By now, the only remnants of the old Faust...
intersecting circles.
...style light novels being brought to animation are in the form of the still-running Monogatari franchise, the reinstated Durarara anime, and potentially the forthcoming new Haruhi series. This is pretty sad for me as someone who is a really big fan of that style and who finds myself increasingly frustrated with the proliferation of lazy up-their-own-ass meta shows. The first episode...
I think concentric is just the word you use for parallel when you're talking about circles, right? Yeah. Like, parallelism of a circle would be concentricism or something.
Episode of Saikano this season was a sort of breaking point for me, where I finally watched a light novel adaptation get so deep into its own asshole in so little time that I honestly wanted these types of adaptations to stop happening. Still, trends will be trends, and it's probably only a matter of time before another wildly popular light novel adaptation inspires a whole new one. Here's hoping that time comes soon. Thanks for listening to my boring ass...
Oh yeah, the Log Horizon light novel is not very well written at all. It's very stiff. That's definitely one where the anime adds a ton to the experience. I would say that's true for most light novels. Like, most of them feel pretty threadbare And if it wasn't for the artwork, there's no way people would give a fuck about them on that level. Like the successful ones usually have some cool ideas, but they're almost never like beautifully written. I think that's the main reason people liked Nishio's scene so much, though, is that he's like the only one who, at the very least, his prose is like interesting, you know? All right, Real Animated Adventures of Doc and Marty. I don't know if this will be actually on YouTube. If it is, it's hilarious. It is. That's hilarious. Well, this is a compilation, but we're just gonna watch the first one.
Oh man, my kite's in the tree, Doc. I can't.
I was like, that doesn't sound awkwardly slow. Justin Roiland, I know he did some bad things. I don't remember what they are. But, you know, bad Justin Roiland. Bad! No more of that. Bad Justin Roiland. Alright, let's watch his thing.
Oh man, my kite's in the tree, Doc. I hate this stupid tree. I'm so sad.
Don't be sad, Marty. We'll go back in time, and we'll make sure that your kite doesn't get stuck in the tree.
All right, Doc, that's...
It's funny how Marty and Morty's voice are like exactly the same. And Doc is not quite Rick, you know? He's like a little goofier and more wistful.
Sounds great. I'm gonna go get my boots.
Saying weird shit to minors. Why you gotta do that, Justin? Why you gotta be saying weird shit? You couldn't just, like, not?
All right, Doc, I'm back. I got my boots. I'm excited. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Marty, we have a problem. The time travel car won't start.
Oh, no. What can we do? What are we gonna do?
My chapped, bloody testicles, Marty.
What? You want me to lick them?
Yes, Marty. It's the only way to fix our time travel car. You have to lick my balls, Marty. The saliva needs to be warm and fresh, and it must be administered by your tongue, Marty.
But I don't understand how that would work, Doc. I'm confused.
Marty, trust me. I built this car with my own 2 hands, from the ground up. Hurry!
Okay, Doc. You convinced me. Here goes nothing.
That's it, Marty. It's working, Marty. It's working.
Damn, an hour is a long time to be licking on some nuts.
Okay, Marty, here we are. In your front lawn 30 years ago. The very same day that tree was planted.
Well, Doc, who do you think planted it? And how are we gonna stop them?
It doesn't matter who planted the tree, Marty. The only way to stop them.
Again?
That's right, Marty. We're in the year 1955 now. What do you think goes on here, Marty? You think that if you saw some guy licking some balls, you'd just walk by happily? I don't think so, Marty. That ain't how it works here, Marty. If this man coming to plant trees in your yard sees you sucking on my balls, something scientific and magical will happen to him. Trust me, Marty. Something real magical and scientific.
But, Doc, I thought licking your balls fixes the time car.
There isn't time to argue, Marty. He's coming right now. Now get down on your knees and stick your tongue on my balls. I'm a doctor, Marty. Trust.
I have to say, this is not funny and generally bad. It's just not. I understand the joke at the time was, hey, we're not allowed to make this. We are not allowed to use copyrighted characters, and we're definitely not allowed to make them say these things. And that was the humor. But like 5 years later, we had enough internet saturation that this is like not, just not special in any way. You know, like animated cartoon parodies with a dirty sense of humor are as commonplace as they could possibly be. So like, it just doesn't feel unique or special. It's almost funny how repetitive the joke is, but again, it feels like I have to put myself in the mentality of like, oh yeah, I know why this should be funny, is like the mentality I have about it, you know? Like, it's not funny, it's not making me laugh. I get why contextually it could have been. I also have never seen Back to the Future, so that element of it is like
Be Marty.
just
All right,
lost
Doc,
on me.
say no more. I'm going down.
I'm disappearing, it hurts!
Now why don't we go? Most fun.
They do it again.
Matey. But still, I sometimes often wonder who that 1950s man was. We killed him, remember? I wonder who he was. Oh my God, Marty! You're disappearing! Oh God, Doc! Why? What's going on? You gotta help me, Doc! I'm fading away! I'm disappearing! It hurts! The 1950s man, Marty! He must have been your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather! Hurry, Doc! What can we do? You gotta fix me! I don't know what to do, Marty! Wait, Doc, I've got an idea!
What if I lick your balls?
Let me lick on your balls, Doc! By Jove, you're right, Marty! Hurry! This time is a little different, Marty. You have to jerk me off on you. Jerk me off. Oh.
Okay. I don't want to listen to Justin Roiland make sucking off noises any longer. I think we all understand the point of this. I think we can all agree that Rick and Morty is a funnier television program than Doc and Marty was. Alright, I gotta go to Light Spaceman's channel and judge it based on vibes. All right, let's go vibe check. Light Spaceman.
You are the light. It's not on you, it's in you. Don't you ever in your motherfucking life dim your light for nobody.
I know just enough, remember just enough of the plot of Bleach to understand why this is a really brilliant way to start this, actually.
Chromacopia, 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 chromacopia.
How did you get this up onto YouTube? How is this not copyright blocked? Yeah, this goes hard. This is dope. I should have hit like on that since
You
I
are the
said that,
light.
actually.
Shine, can you feel that fire?
Yeah, that goes hard. Aqua Teen Hunger Forces Forever, that's a 2-hour video. Mandatory video where I ruin Steamboat Willie. Alright. Let's go. Mouse.
Yeah. Hey. Now, baby, I'm the Ripper, your baby daddy's worst nightmare. Catch me by the Claire, I'll be right there. Niggas copy everything we say. Louis frames, eyes lower than my GPA. Riding and swerving.
Alright, you might be getting the sub. We have to judge one more video. I was wrong about the Brack show. I was wrong. This changes everything.
Like these beats, cause it hits smash. Look of that, feeling that. It's all that, so you asking for all that. I'm giving that. It's deep black, 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 it's deep black.
Bergamot Wild. Yeah. Oh no, I was gonna rap over that. Hold on, go back. I wrote this to this beat. How much shit can a witch take? Don't bother begging, borrowing, I just steal and talk about tapes. Whatever's within my vicinity will be within me and effortlessly twisted into infinity and pushed into being. I don't give a fuck unless I really give a fuck, and then I never run. I barrel forward like I'm aiming for the sun, thinking that thing couldn't possibly be hotter than my blood. Anyway. Oh wait, that actually goes really hard. What the fuck beat is that? Oh, it's JPEG Mafia Hermanos. I should have known. Suchi. Face the music, I can do it. Fuck up, do it. Fucking do it. Do a fucking paper cut and hold the cost through it. On the back hoof, on the roof. Yeah. Okay. I dig it. Good vibes here. Nostalgic, being as I grew up with Adult Swim.
I am the best Adult Swim channel on YouTube until someone cares enough to argue, so you have to listen to me when I say that you should be watching Common Side Effects.
What? So where do you think he went? Who? The guy.
I already knew I had to be watching this show, but I like your argument so far.
Marshall, somebody's not telling us something here.
What if there were a medicine that could heal, like...
But I'm going to right now. I watch a lot of stuff. This is the most impressive thing I've seen in this early part of the year. You're probably going to get tired of hearing the basic premise recapped, or Mushroom Doctor, and his discovery of the almost mythical Blue Angel, a mercy and corporate politics interests. Tell what it is at first glance.
I like your voice. I like the way you're doing the long roll off of every word, really letting us hang on to it.
You'll probably also get tired of it. It's closer to an HBO or AMC thriller than it is to Rick and Morty or even Inside Job. It has a sense of humor, but it's more naturalistic than goofy. It can be goofy, but it's Fargo, Mr.
From now on, every time I judge a channel, I'm going to imitate their voice. I'm just like, why haven't I always done that?
Robot and King of the Hill, I'll tell you.
Robot and King of the Hill, I'll tell you.
What? Narratively, it's way more tense than I was expecting. I kind of thought it was going to be a silly version of a drama, but no. This show does not fuck around. Deers are terrorists. I don't want to say a whole lot, but people really want this mushroom. The situation mushroom, it's what, importantly, does it have? No, and when scavengers reign. You can see the recent law enforcement agencies that protect them. Whoops, I mean us. How'd that get? Its strength is in its characters, not just its subject matter. Marshall is probably
I've been trying to really put my finger on, like, how did this show manage to feel so much like Satoshi Kon, like, all the time? And I'm realizing it's the subtle eye movements. There's just a lot of focus put on where the character's eye goes in a way that I feel like is really uncommon, but, like almost every shot, there's something interesting going on with the character's eyes and where they're looking, you know, like in that shot he literally was looking in the direction where the next shot took place, and I was kind of like, what's he looking at over there? And then it literally showed it to me. So yeah, I would say the cinematography uses eyes in a way that definitely borrows from Kon very intimately.
But he's still the opposite of a fighter, and his skills are mostly grounded. He's a smart guy, and he knows what he's doing, but he's not. I'm also interested in history from the own personal reasons. And Rick, weirdly enough, may be my favorite character.
God.
Mike Judge lent his voice to this. I should
Oh,
not have to
nice.
explain who Mike. So this line is just butthead.
Oh, right.
And just like the I mean, this dude might as well be the detective from Paprika in terms of like just the way his whole way he carries himself. Just like if you shrunk the face on Paprika guy, you get this guy.
This is your job.
He's not exactly a villain, but he's not a good dude either. He's actually pretty cougar industry, just being some deeper mystery. Then again, this Henry Killinger, if we could solve all our problems, if it wasn't profitable, would we even bother? I also can't forget to mention the 2 DEA agents working the Kuso.
Obviously not. Is this gonna be the Dracula flow?
Moving like Dracula, we get it back in blood. Ha ha. This shit ain't nothing to me.
I actually I watched an animation that also used this audio on a previous live stream, and I got copyright claimed for it. It looks like you didn't, but you can definitely get copyright claimed for Dracula Flow.
Man, I'm him. I've
I've
been
been him.
I will
continue to be him. I think my friend John showed me that for the first time. What the hell? Shade's streaming right in the other room. No, he's not. It says BRB. I just heard him in the hallway saying, "What?" when I said he was streaming. Wait, is he back?
Ooh, I'm back.
Oh shit, he's back. Hello.
Damn it, I forgot to fucking transition back to the tier list screen whenever I fucking ranked that last song, and probably the song before that too. I'm a failure!
You could all be watching
Alright,
Shade.
so let's see.
Well, I guess you are now.
You guys even talking about? I'm just talking about fucking your own shit. Soon will Eve. So sick. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I gotta rank that piss like a C tier. It's kind of like a dribbler, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Where it's like it just kind of lasted a little bit too long at the end, just like that song.
Shade just ranked his piss and
All your
compared
pisses
it to
suck?
the
I'm
song.
so sorry, Bobby. So the
he's
next song
also-
is going to be Alien Girl.
He's also talking.
And then in
to Twitch
parentheses says Today with Her. Don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Oh my god, dude, we get it.
Haha, now I've doubled down on Shade Street. This is how you should all be watching my stream.
I
by
hope he
the
does
way.
the alien voice for the song. That would be fucking sick if he was in here.
I mean, not on this stream, because on this stream, I am not on Twitch.
Oh yeah, I love this part right here.
But normally, what the fuck is he listening to? This is Kendrick Lamar? What? I don't know Kendrick Lamar's discography well enough.
That part's kind of cheesy.
Alright, well, I know I can't. How the fuck is he getting away with listening to Kendrick Lamar on stream? Because that gets me fucking locked up every single time. Alright, go watch Shade stream. I might just shut this one down. Oh wait, I got a request from Snowman 8. Twilight Sparkle and friends get stuck in a porta potty? Okay. Alright. I guess we're doing Twilight Sparkle and friends get stuck in a porta potty. Or you can go listen to Kendrick Lamar with Shade. You know, I'm indifferent to your decision making, but you know, you could vibe with a real one over on the Shade channel, or you could hang out here and watch Twilight Sparkle and friends get stuck in a portal potty. Specifically 25-minute 24-second. Is this from the same person who made the last one we watched? I need to subscribe to this channel. This channel goes absolutely off the chain. This channel is on another level, I think. I mean, Derpy Hooves is wearing sunglasses and backing up a red pickup through Sweet Apple Acres at the very start of this animation. Like, I don't know what this image means to everyone else. Like, I don't know how quickly that registers with everyone else. For me, it was just like I took it for granted right away. Like, yeah, Derpy Hooves with sunglasses is backing a pickup through Sweet Apple Lake. Why not? You know, I had to actually see it again to realize that there's definitely blood on a top hat in this whatever we're about to see. Who died? Who's dying in this scene? What's going on here? All right, I guess we're about to learn.
That's me, Apple Split, the Apple Pony, whose life is kinda on the upside since getting myself a
Are we watching the credits sequence?
horn. But I'm not interested in unicorns anymore. I'm interested in a Pegasus. He's gonna be mine, even if it kills us both.
How do you find Shade's channel? It's Shaidu, Shaidu. Here, let me go back to YouTube and click on it again. He's on YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, he's Young Shaidu. But if you type Shaidu into the search, it should bring him up. At Shade Collins. He's been doing snack reviews also. Well, I guess this was a year ago, but he'll probably bring them back. Being around me tends to cause people to make content. He didn't realize that he could do discography reactions on YouTube until I told him about channels like Kiki, who I watch like almost every night.
That's crazy.
Doing exactly that, so I was like, you could definitely do it on YouTube.
Think I'm gonna fall. Wait a goddamn minute. This isn't over until he loves me back.
Okay, I see.
What the fuck was that back there?
Elaborate.
You just murdered my parents.
What the fuck was that back there? Elaborate. You just murdered my parents. Oh boy. Alright, another big request just came in from Ryan Nain with $40 that says, longtime viewer, first time commenting, would like to recommend a video I made called Systematizing Art Styles. Hope this makes up for years of ad blocker. I encourage everyone to use ad blocker. I don't know if you can tell, but I've got this here Brave Shield up that says it's blocked 20 links on YouTube so far, and I'm not turning that off for fucking anything. Because when I hear an ad, I want to punch my screen. And, like, I don't think many people have as violent of reactions to advertising as I do, but I have a really violent reaction to hearing advertising. So I don't blame anybody at all for using ad blocker. But anyway, we got to get through this request here.
Not my first time doing something like that.
And you feel nothing? Or do you enjoy it? How many have you killed?
Does ad blocker not hurt my revenue? I mean, it does, but like, if you have ever given me $1, that is equivalent to watching my videos 1,000 times. So, you know, like, Ryan Nain just paid for a lifetime of views, like 40,000 views, you know, of my content worth of ad revenue, basically. So, you know, if people were not giving me money directly, the ad revenue would not be enough to pay for my livelihood. There was a time when it was worth more. But internet advertising has only become worth less and less over the years, and most people only make their money through sponsorships, which I don't take because most of the ones that are offered are dog shit. I would if I had a good sponsor. Some of you will see ads in 45 seconds. The rest of you have Brave Shields up. Or
details.
Selected.
We need to find a spot to bury the bodies. Start digging unless you want to be buried here too.
And now you got me thinking, I wish I could be a girl in that way. You wish I could be your girlfriend, boyfriend. Am I pretty enough to lie to? Oh.
This goes hard as fuck. This rules.
I wish I could be a girl in that way. You wish I could be your girlfriend, boyfriend.
This would have caused me to transition if I had seen it 10 years ago.
Just a little on me.
need to bury your parents before a relative of yours passes by.
This is beautiful. Aesthetically beautiful. It simultaneously looks like My Little Pony Friendship is Magic and like that scene in like episode 3 of Legend of Galactic Heroes where they're at the like the graveyard in the setting sun.
My mom and dad are dead.
Now we're gonna fuck about it.
Hold on, stop. Not right here in front of my parents.
We have to wait. Where are the corpses?
Get the fuck off of me.
Forced. Tag. Trigger warning. Forced. Oh, jeez. Are they fucking? Like, was that fucking we just watched?
You know, I never liked my parents. I've always wanted them to die, but I was too scared to do it myself. That's why I just sat there and let it happen. A part of me was relieved to be rid of them. It's like the weight of a shit ton of apples have just been lifted off of me.
Do you want to hear my story?
Yeah.
This is fucking brilliant.
Do you really?
I just said yeah.
But I'm a Pegasus, and you're a wannabe unicorn. We're both autistic, and you're a little bit retarded. Also,
we're both autistic, and you're literally retarded.
So I'm white, and you're black. We'd be a gay interracial couple if we started hanging out. Ponies will have so many reasons to look down on us. We'd just be asking to be hate-crimed.
I don't
that ass, though. Why is the ass like that in just this shot?
care about any of that.
You'll hear my story, but you gotta follow me around a bit so I can trust you.
I forgot this was called Twilight Sparkle and Friends Get Stuck in a Porta Potty. Because none of that happened so far. But lo and behold, there is Pinkie Pie covered in shit. Shitting.
Oh, my Celestia, it's Lauren Fostercorn.
This is fucking insanity.
Yeah, I am! Now get the fuck out of the poop box before I take a goddamn dump on your goddamn faces, bitch!
Is that a promise, bitch?
Did my stinky little poopy pony poop in the poop box like I asked?
Oh god! Oh no!
Well, I'm gonna say
Jesus
it had better have
fucking
been fucking
Christ.
you, 'cause that's what I fucking asked. Wow, it's fucking stinky in here. I like that.
What?
What a bountiful amount of goddamn
the-
shit. So much shit, in fact, that I have this sneaking suspicion it wasn't
What a
actually
bountiful
you.
amount
Only
of
a really
goddamn
big horse
shit.
could have blessed me with this much. Tell me, was it my evil sister princess Luna who shits a lot?
No, the reason there's so much shit is,
It really,
it's
it won't stop. It just is unrelenting. It's just the most amount of shit it could possibly.
because, we all shit together, all for your holiness.
So then, at least a little bit of your shit is in here?
Yes.
That's so hot. I mean, beautiful. As a display of companionship and resilience. Never before has the bond of friendship been tested stronger than it has today. Very good, Twilight, and friends who I don't remember the names of. I'm going to take this poop bag back to my castle now.
What are you going to do with it?
Don't worry about it.
I don't want to know.
Let me just grab
Why
the
do you
chip
want
from
to
the
know?
camera so I can make sure my adorable little student isn't lying to me. Oh, fuck me. There was never any chip in here to begin with. That's the last time I buy surveillance equipment off of Temu.
I don't have the balance.
No, you don't. Not one single tiny bit of balance was involved in the creation of this.
Wish I had the talent. I don't belong here at all. Drowning in the pressure. In over my head.
Snowman 8 said, yeah, this is like 90% of the series shit and fart, but there's 10% gay keto too. That's... I can't even wrap my fucking head around this. I'm not gonna lie. Raw fascination is running through me at this point. I don't know if I could handle very much of this shit stuff, but...
To break free, everything's depending on me, and if I keep trying, I'll be on top of the world, where I can see everything before me, reaching up to touch the sky, on top of the world, my dreams, everything before me, reaching up to touch the sky, on top of the world, my dreams are rushing toward me, stretching out my wings to fly, on top of the world.
I hope you enjoyed that, Ryan9. If you had to sit through that to get to the part where we watch your video. Wait, it says I've seen this video. Why does it seem I've seen some of this video before? Possibly.
The formal
maybe?
portion of the graph represents...
I have no idea. I guess we're gonna find out.
In the second chapter of the 1993 comics masterpiece, Understanding Comics, author Scott McCloud lays down a systematization of art styles using a triangular graph. The vertices of the triangle are labeled with reality, language, and the picture plane. There is an additional line through the triangle to separate visual art from icons. This system is the most famous and comprehensive attempt to systematize art styles into a single graphic system. My research suggests that little has even been attempted to systematize art styles opposed to this system, which is precisely my goal, to expand and revise the system proposed by Scott McCloud. But first we must understand the system as it is presented. Starting with the bottom axis of the triangle, from reality to language.
Everybody in the chat is geeking about this book. The book. The only book you need to own. I don't believe I have read said book. I have a copy of Save the Cat that Econ gave me and told me this is if you only read one book, please read this book, and I still have not read that book. It's just been in the car getting dirty.
Elsewhere in the book described as realistic and iconic, this axis displays the range of difference between detailed, realistic art on the left and simplistic, cartoony art on the right. There is a whole gradient lying between these two extremes, as Scott McCloud demonstrates using the example of a face. The most realistic face, exemplifying the far left bounds of the graph, is photographic, making it a high-resolution representation of the real world. Staying within the bounds of comic imagery, Scott McCloud draws a series of heads demonstrating the iconification process. McCloud starts with a highly detailed face with extensive hatching and defined facial features.
Is it me, or does this become a different guy between these two faces? Like middle face and left of middle face. Left of middle face looks very 60s manga, whereas middle face looks very Superman. But these don't look like the same guy to me. I can see how both of them are representations of this guy, but I feel like they're too different from one another.
This is one step more iconic than the photographic,
and neither one necessarily looks more photographic to me. Like, this one has more lines, but it doesn't look more defined per se.
Face, but retains a high degree of realism, placing it on the left side of the graph. As we progress through the faces, the shading begins to disappear, and the facial features begin to float in place rather than be highly integrated into the facial structure. Eventually, in the most iconic extreme, there is a simple circle with a line for a mouth and 2 dots for eyes, the most simple way of representing a face. It could be said that the face becomes more abstract. However, each image is distinctly representational in that they graphically depict a face, the idea of which is not abstract. This brings us to the top of the triangle, the picture plane. This is where truly abstract art goes. At the extreme of the picture plane is art that does not attempt to depict anything in the...
Your picture plane is built in central neutral gray. Every time I hear the words picture plane, the lyrics of the song come into my head. The caw of crows fills up the picture plane. This is your picture plane in central neutral gray. Yeah, those lyrics.
The real world, whether stylized or not.
I had not realized this video was 35 minutes long, so I will take you up on your suggestion that I speed it up.
In McCloud's example, a face's lines change not to simplify the face, but to change its textural quality. A face becomes erratic and morphs into lines and shapes that eventually cease to represent a face at all. With the 3 vertices understood, we can map out art within the boundaries of the triangle to give us a full view of the varieties of artistic expression. But there is one more feature of the art triangle to discuss. In the full depiction of the triangle, there is a dotted line running from the top, picture plane, to roughly the bottom right of the triangle. This line is meant to distinguish visual art from true icons like language. Language gets its own section because it is by nature non-representational, yet it delivers information about the world that is representational. In our facial example, beyond the dotted line lies the simple word face. Because the word face does not represent any particular face, it is a universal that depicts the pure form of a face. Words are not only iconic in that they are pure, simple information, but they are also symbolic, in that they are non-representational symbols standing for something else. When reading the word face, not any particular face is conjured in the mind, but only an iconic idea of the face stripped of its particularity. McCloud makes a distinction here between received information and perceived information. Visual art is received information because the message of a picture is instantaneously received by the mind without extra effort. This is unlike language, which is perceived in that the information held by writing is encoded within a symbol system that has to be decoded by the observer with specialized knowledge of what the system means. There is also the factor that language can be depicted in different ways. Not all language, especially within the medium of comics, is represented in plain text. Text can be stylized in a variety of ways. In comics, text is sometimes contorted to better express the message of the text, such as in onomatopoeias, which get special treatment in comics. Logos and graphic design also depict text in stylized ways to convey information beyond mere symbolic encoding. This is why the language partition of the comic triangle ranges to the abstract picture plane to encompass the range of logographic stylization. While the triangular graph proposed by McCloud may be sufficient for understanding comics, I would like to expand upon it to better encompass the full range of artistic expressions. The primary problem with the existing graph can be understood with the help of a single image as an example. Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge is an example of an art piece that does not properly fit anywhere on the
with the red wedge. Yeah.
Existing system. Beat the Whites with a Red Wedge was made in 1919 by L. Lissitzky and is a part of the constructivism art movement in Russia. Constructivism is a modernist movement that borders the line between art and graphic design and is focused on geometric abstraction that reflects industrial society. The piece features a separate...
I feel like that could be a subtitle for like some of my recent content.
Between black and white with a prominent red triangle breaking through from the white side to the black. There is also text proclaiming to beat the Whites with the Red Wedge. Let's compare this art piece to the 1916 piece Suprematism by Kazimir Malevich, titled after the movement it was a part of. The Suprematism movement was similarly focused on simple geometry and pure forms, but these two pieces are distinctly different in one key aspect. Unlike Suprematism, Beat the Whites is not only abstract, but symbolic as well. In McCloud's system, both of these pieces would be placed at the top vertex, the picture plane, missing the important difference between the two. Suprematism deserves to be on the picture plane vertex because it is truly abstract. The shapes depicted do not represent anything and are intended to be appreciated for their pure compositional value. This is unlike Beat the Whites, which uses shape for their symbolic value. While Suprematism is about nothing, Beat the Whites is a propaganda piece about the Russian Civil War. Here the red triangle is not just a triangle, it is a symbol of the Red Army, and the white circle is not just a circle, but it is a symbol of the white counter-revolutionary army being defeated. Additionally, unlike Suprematism, Beat the Whites features text, which is symbolic, not abstract, as part of the composition. Because of this, Beat the Whites is in fact representational, even though it is not realistic. This is why it does not fit anywhere on the existing graph. It can now be seen that the two pieces appear at first glance to be the same, but are actually polar opposites of each other, one being abstract and the other being symbolic. With this discussion out of the way, it is now clear how to go about improving the art graph. First, we have to remove the dotted line from the graph. The separation of visual art from iconic symbols is clumsy and causes the graph to have...
I guess I got a little stuck there wondering how we are sure that suprematism is not symbolic. But then I couldn't think of anything it could be symbolic of, so Sure, we'll call it abstract.
Of an artificial separation rather than a complete whole. With our improvement, we won't need the separation. Next, we will move the picture plane to the bottom to make room for a new vertex, and we will rename it to abstract, which will better convey what it signals. I will rename the right corner to iconic rather than language, to better represent the simplified art style that fits there, and to remove the artificial separation of art and language. The graph should work for any image, regardless of whether or not it involves text. I also will rename reality to formal, for reasons that will become clear later. Finally, we will add the new vertex to the top of the triangle, making it a diamond. The new vertex is labeled symbolic. The symbolic dimension replaces the dotted line, and better integrates into the whole of the system. We can now place and separate the pieces, beat the whites with the red wedge, and suprematism in their proper places. Beat the whites in the symbolic, and suprematism in the abstract. We can also repopulate the graph with the faces example to see how language is now integrated into the system. From the bottom, the abstract shapes develop representational form as they reach the formal vertex. The formal faces become simplified as they reach the iconic, and the face transitions into symbolic language as it reaches the top. It is important here to understand the difference between icons and symbols. An icon is a graphic representation of something, while a symbol is not. A symbol does represent something, but it does not depict the thing.
I like the system you've come up with here. I feel like when you were showing the triangle / pyramid, I was having a hard time figuring out how it makes sense. And then when you made a version of it that made more sense, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I think that's what you were going for, and therefore mission accomplished.
It represents. It instead is encoded with meaning that has to be interpreted through a pre-existing understanding of the symbol system used. Take, for example, the male gender symbol. This is clearly a symbol and not an icon because it does not graphically depict anything in particular and instead conveys a message through encoded meaning. A person who does not already have the knowledge of what this symbol represents would not be able to understand the symbol, and it would simply be a meaningless mark. This is opposed to the male gender icon of the simplified male figure seen in bathrooms, which does graphically depict what its message is. Not all marks can be neatly categorized as one or the other, which is why the graph is a gradient. For example, the heart mark is somewhere between an icon and a symbol because it does slightly resemble a heart, but is highly stylized beyond simple representation. A mark like this likely developed over time to become more abstract from its original representative meaning and took on symbolic rather than iconic characteristics as the encoded meaning became well known and the accurate depiction of a heart was no longer necessary for conveying the message. There are also symbols like the cross, which is both a symbol and an icon and should be placed within both extremes. This mark is an icon because it does graphically resemble a physical cross that it represents, but is also a symbol in that it is loaded with a greater meaning in its association with the Christian religion. The mark representing Buddhism is a similar example. This mark is an icon in that it graphically depicts a wheel, but is also a symbol because it represents the Dharma and has 8 spokes to represent the Eightfold Path. Borrowing the language of semiology, we can see that the top half of the diamond belongs to the signifier and the bottom half belongs to the signified. The signified means that which is transformed into a sign, the actual objects of reality that get processed into symbols. The signifier, on the other
I should make an album called The Eightfold Path.
hand means the symbolic sign or marks that encode the meaning of that which is signified. Using the language of MacLeod, perception moves upward along the graph and reception moves downward. With the symbolic dimension added, we can also understand how language fits into the graph. MacLeod's treatment of language is limited to English, which does not encompass the full range of language. Alphabetic languages like English should be placed at the top of the symbolic realm. This is because letters like A, B, and C do not depict anything and are purely a stand-in for phonetic sounds. The letter A does not look like anything in particular, and the meaning of the sound A is only accessible through existing mental encoded meaning projected onto the symbol. This is opposed to pictographic language, which is placed closer to the iconic vertex. A pictograph not only encodes meaning, but also depicts that meaning visually. The Chinese character for person, for example, is a graphic depiction of a spine and 2 legs, which bears resemblance to the real thing in simplified form. In this way, pictograms are closer to being iconic than symbolic. Few Chinese characters can accurately be described as pictograms though, and most are better characterized as ideograms, which lie in between alphabetic and pictographic language. The Chinese character for prisoner is the character for person placed inside a box. This represents the idea of a prisoner ideographically while moving away from the straight pictographic iconification. Horizontally across the graph, there is room for how language symbols can be stylized. Graphic design, in particular logos, often use this space as language is altered to better associate with meaning. We can draw the word fur with fur on it to move the symbol towards the formal while maintaining its
very Herb Lubalin. This was like his thing that he sort of brought to typography in the 70s was like, make the text do the thing the text says.
Symbolic dimension. An emergent feature of this art graph is an axiomatic distinction between content and form. Horizontal movement corresponds to change in the form of an art piece.
I did a report on that guy for typography class, that's why I know that.
As a piece moves from the formal to the iconic corner, its compositional value changes as solid forms change into simple lines. In contrast, the vertical dimension corresponds to the content of a piece as it changes in message from the abstract through to the symbolic. MacLeod's version of the graph lacked room for the full breadth of contextual change in art because it lacked room for the expression of messages through symbolic content. Both of these axes, content and form, are necessary for a complete view of the varieties of visual artistic expression. This is why art styles cannot be reduced to a single dimension. If we attempt to reduce artistic expression to a single dimension, the necessary
Goku the Black in chat says, it always bothered me how symbols and icons are used interchangeably in graphic design, and this helped articulate the difference. Yeah, I wouldn't, I've never run into that as a problem for myself, but I can understand how it could be.
Very balance of both content and form, the fundamental building blocks of art, cannot be fully plotted. Doing so also reveals why the particular labels have been precisely chosen and why the language of art can be messy. The most common language used to describe art from non-critics is realistic and stylized. This language does correspond to the difference between the formal and the iconic, but is not an accurate description.
Okay, I hope you don't mind. I have to go to the bathroom and I'm just going to let this play for a minute or so. I think I can still follow what's being talked about here, but I don't want to leave y'all silent. No, you know what? I'll just play something else. I'll play something else so that I can see every minute of this, because I don't want to be confused when I get back.
Taco Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. I think I just shit myself.
It's times like this that you think about how nice it would be to have a friend who cares about you enough to lend you some money. Isn't it, Sweetie Belle?
No.
I've got no idea what y'all just experienced. Sorry I didn't pick a longer video.
Of the abstract and symbolic dimensions of visual art. Abstract art is not stylized if it does not attempt to represent something in the real world. An art piece like that of Jackson Pollock is not stylized because being stylized implies that there is an original form that is being altered to conform to a non-realistic style, but the content of a Pollock painting is not derived from any such object. Similarly, symbolic art, because its meaning is separate from its visual content, does not have a pre-stylized source that it is based on. There is also flaws in the language of complexity and simplicity. While this dichotomy loosely corresponds to the difference between iconic and formal art, art that is abstract or symbolic varies in its complexity or simplicity. Additionally, it should be noted that iconic art is not always simple. The distinction iconic refers to an art piece's relation to reality, and not simply its degree of complexity. The work of Takashi Murakami is clearly iconic, and yet is often highly detailed and complex. This is because what makes an art piece iconic is its form and not its content, which is where complexity lies. A similar case is to be had with the words order and chaos, which, similar to simple and complex, only loosely correspond to the difference between formal and iconic art. Highly abstract art can be chaotic like that of Jackson Pollock, or can be orderly like that of style works. Symbolic art is also not limited to either orderly or chaotic. For a more psychological perspective, we can consider terms like linearity and laterality. This is because what makes...
Where'd it go? I wanted to look at that Pollock again because I was like, I don't know if I feel like it's truly chaotic. But then maybe by definition it is.
Highly orderly or chaotic art share in a linearity of thought because both present reality as it appears to us in terms of narrative content. Both present the world in codified terms with distinct meaning that appeals to the linear mind that desires clear understanding. Abstract and symbolic art, in contrast, tend to be more lateral in thought, as they refuse to present the world in narrativized or easily understandable terms. It takes a more creative mind to appreciate non-representational art, which is why the non-art enthusiast looks at such a work and asks, what does it mean? This is not a hard rule though, because symbolic art can express complex interconnected associations of meaning to the lateral mind, or use codified symbolic visual language familiar to anyone within a culture. We can also look at art for its lexemic or non-lexemic value. Lexemic art being that which uses discrete units of meaning as encoded within language or communication more broadly.
Snowman 8 said neurotyping alert. Indeed.
For this category, symbolic art is the most lexemic as it intentionally uses visual symbolic units that express encoded communicative meaning. Abstract art is distinctly non-lexemic because it abstains from presenting meaning altogether. Formal and iconic art share a spot in the middle because both present non-symbolic but narrativized content that presents representations of ideas and objects as recognizable lexemes. The purpose of this graph is to present art laterally, as in organized by artistic features rather than historically linear progression. However, if we attempt to plot the labels by time, from oldest to newest, there is a loose pattern that can be seen. Primitive art starts out as being iconic. Cave paintings are iconic representations of objects that are simple enough for a person person without education or training in visual art to accomplish. Next, symbolic art emerges alongside religious systems, and iconic art is endowed with greater meaning. Then eventually formal studies of visual representation develop, and formal art is created using techniques like light values and perspective. Lastly, abstract art develops to break the rules established by formal art. This did not occur until the modernist movement in Western art history. These developments are only visible on the grand scale and should not be taken too seriously, as they don't account for the great range of artistic movements at the micro level. I want to pay special attention to the idea.
I became fixated on these lines. These lines are not straight, right? No. I thought this might be an optical illusion for a second, then I was like, no. Those lines aren't straight.
Of representation in visual art. If we plot the labels from non-representational to representational, it is obvious that abstract art is the most non-representational of the art categories because it does not attempt to represent the world whether through materiality or ideas. Formal and iconic art are equally representational in that they represent objects to the senses, although formal art does so without stylization. The complexity is in symbolic art. Symbols do not physically resemble the meaning they hold, and in that regard are non-representational. However, the meaning encoded in symbols do in fact represent things in the world. It can be argued that while the heart symbol only slightly resembles an actual heart, because it is a symbol, it represents not a particular heart, but the universal heart. Because symbols express universality, they correspond to the Platonic ideal of the meaning they are embedded with. Because of this, through idealism, symbolic art is made to be representational. More representational than representational. More real than real. It is this line of thought I would like to explore further. Scott McCloud proposes a few alternatives to understanding the relationship of formal to iconic art, from which he gets the distinction realistic and iconic, complex to simple, specific to universal, and objective to subjective. It is the categories of objective and subjective that are key to understanding why this graph works and is laid out in the way that it is, as well as the process by which a person phenomenologically acquires an understanding of an art piece. In common language, objective and subjective pertain to relative truth values of propositions. People speak of objective truth and objective values as something existing outside the mind as opposed to that which is subjective. This is not how I understand the terms. Instead, I use the terms object and subject for their phenomenological value. Objective simply means pertaining to objects, and subjective simply means pertaining to subjects. This usage is more neutral and helps for understanding the content of visual art. And besides, to understand art objectively, in the traditional sense of the word, is a fool's errand. Visual art depicts objects, but these objects are not present to the viewer independent of subjective perception. From a Heideggerian perspective, human agents are not transparent vessels through which objects present themselves in an unmediated fashion. Instead, humans are beings in the world, and the phenomena we receive from the world is always mediated through the relationship of the being, a person, to the world around it. A human is simultaneously an object in its bodily form and a subject with an immaterial mind. This is the condition of man, and it is through this condition that perception is mediated. For example, if we see a hammer, our faculties automatically process that sensory data into an object with meaning, a meaning that extends the human form to perceive the hammer not as sensory data in itself, but as media that is ready to hand. It is actually more difficult to view the hammer as an object in itself than it is to view it as a tool ready for use. The object as itself, unmediated by our intuitions that codify it for understanding, is the facticity of the object. Jean-Paul Sartre considers the facticity to be nauseating, as it presents the world in its absurd, disinterested state. It is from this understanding of the way in which sensory data is processed into objective understanding.
I never heard that quote, but I like it. It reminds me of the Measurement Man sketch that me and Victor did, where the Anarchy Man screams at Measurement Man, "You don't measure trees in inches, you measure it in trees."
That we realize a fundamental principle of art. All art is fundamentally abstract. We saw in the comparison of Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge and suprematism that the former was symbolic and the latter abstract. However, what makes Beat the White symbolic is not the surface content of the piece, but rather the mental processing of the image that extracts symbolic meaning out of it. Without the necessary context, Beat the Whites is purely abstract. If we did not know the Red Wedge was a corollary to the Red Army, if we did not know the White was a corollary to the White Army, and if we did not know that the marks on the page were language, the piece would be just as abstract as suprematism. The same mental processing is true of realistic art. Even the Mona Lisa would mean nothing without a human agent to subjectively perceive the piece and process its sensory information into objects of representation. Without subjectivity, an art piece is strictly abstract marks on a canvas. It is subjectivity that processes such marks into objects of understanding. It is only truly abstract art in which this mental processing does not occur. Abstract art is difficult to appreciate for non-art enthusiasts because it actively blocks the innate need to objectify the world and make sense of it. Abstract art forces the viewer to abandon their sense-making faculties.
That last one was just like a riverbed though, right?
And appreciate the value of pure mark-making independent of objects. This is why abstract art did not become popular in the West until
This one looks like the Tatami Galaxy ending theme.
The modern period, in which it not only started, but rapidly expanded and flourished. Abstract art teaches us that what makes art beautiful is not beautiful objects, but instead the fundamentals of image making, color, shape, harmony, balance, etc. We can label the bottom portion of the graph as subject, because it is through our initial subjective perception that all art must be processed. Moving upward on the graph reveals how our mental processing.
Giga, you showing up with an what the fart after we watched the most intense, shit-based My Little Pony fan animations. I think you are going to have to scroll back through and go find the part where we were watching Twilight Sparkle and friends get stuck in a portal potty, because holy moly.
Develops. The next step in the mental process of acquisition is formal reality. This is the stage at which the fundamentally abstract content of visual art is processed into something resembling our world. At this stage, art is comprised of objects. Objects cannot be understood in themselves because they have to transition through the abstract stage of perception. For this reason, the formal portion of the graph represents not just objects, but objectified subjectivity. For marks on the page to become objects, they must be objectified by the mind based on the initial subjective content. This is why the vertex is labeled formal instead of realistic. Reality is a loose concept, as symbolic art can be considered more real than mere representation. What makes art in this category realistic is its formal elements, namely light value. Value from darkness to lightness is what allows the mind to perceive objects as three-dimensional and therefore not abstract. And it is value that separates formal art from iconic art, which is equally representational. It should also be noted that the formal element of light and shadow is not known a priori. It can only be acquired by the mind through empirical observation of the material world. If someone were to see formal art somehow without having experienced the physical world, even the use of light and shadow would be abstract. Reality is always supplied by the mind, and for this reason, formal art is not objective in the traditional sense, but is objectified subjectivity. The next step in the process of acquisition after abstract and formal is iconic. Iconic art can only be understood as coming after formal art because it is reality that has to be altered or stylized to create iconic art. In the transition from formal to iconic art, the formal elements of light and shadow are reduced to emphasize shape and line. This is a subjectification process. Instead of presenting objects of the senses to us, iconic art utilizes subjectivity to make objects sensible to our understanding without realism. Iconic art is no less representational than formal art in that it presents marks that have to be mentally processed into objects with meaning. Iconic art can be understood as subjectified, objectified subjectivity. Lastly, there is symbolic art, which finalizes the acquisition process. We've seen how symbols are derived from icons, but are endowed with greater meaning only accessible through pre-existing human understanding. The process that turns icons into symbols parallels that process that turns abstract art into formal art. This is an objectification process. The meaning this process adds to iconic art is lexemic in nature. Lexemes, like words, are objects of the mind. They are discrete units of meaning associated with visual forms. Like formal art objectifies abstract art by processing its meaning. Symbolic art takes subjective icons and processes those into lexical, objective content. Finalizing the acquisition process, the symbolic portion of the graph can be understood as objectified, objectified subjectivity. Returning to our attempt to linearize the graph, we can see how the graph can be understood in linear terms through a staggered approach to subjects and objects. No linear axis can encapsulate the full range of art expressions, but this staggered approach can. Instead of using a single axis, we can understand art in terms of a phenomenological acquisition process that develops through stages of subjectivity and objectivity that morph abstract art content into the breadth of possible expressions. Art follows this process by proceeding through stages across the separation of subject and object in a staggered fashion. In summary, all art is fundamentally abstract, but can be understood through the process of acquisition that supplies meaning from the mind onto the canvas of a given art piece. Abstract art is made into formal art through representation. Formal art is made into iconic art through simplification, and iconic art is made symbolic through symbolification. Art along the middle of the graph is representational in that it represents sensible objects to the viewer, and art above the middle reaches into the lexical library.
This video exists in an interesting genre of like what I'm going to call explaining the obvious, but for people for whom obvious is not a good enough answer. You know what I mean? Like, to me, for my brain, formalizing this understanding doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't make the world easier for me, I guess. I don't think. It's hard for me to know how watching this video will have affected my mind. But it kind of feels like I constantly have this sense of like, yes, correct. Yes, correct. But did this need to be clarified? And I know the answer is yes. I know the answer is yes, this needed to be clarified. I just don't know if I needed this clarification. I definitely think, like, there's a type of a person who needs this video to exist. Obviously, you yourself is one of them. I don't think I am the type of person who needed this to exist, but I, like, appreciate that it does. It just feels like a whole lot of words to end up with me just going, oh yeah, of course. You know? Yeah, obviously.
Of mental associations to further representation into symbolic, ideal expressions. With all of the theory out of the way, we can finally plot pieces of art on the graph to see how the system as a whole works in practice. In the bottommost corner, we can see the work of Jackson Pollock representing.
But it also makes me think, but nobody did this though. Like, until you did this, like, however it may seem like it should be obvious, until something is formalized, how can you call it obvious? Like, until somebody just sits down and does the work, you know?
Presenting the most abstract art. Pollock's abstract expressionism makes no attempt to represent anything in the world.
And then, of course, the arguments about what goes where on this graph would last an eternity. Like, the most fun thing about this video for me is that you created a nice little graph that people can play with and, you know, keep themselves occupied forever. Same goes with the neurotyping chart. Like, the fun of these is once you've got your system that makes sense, then people get to figure out where they think everything falls in it and have the big argument.
And is focused solely on the picture plane and the way loose marks.
Like, I don't know if I think this is truly chaotic because it's only like 8 or 9 colors. They're all kind of handled the same way. Like, if you're following the white splotches, they're all doing kind of the same arcs. You know, like, I don't know. It's as chaotic as a person doing one specific thing can be, but that's not that chaotic, you know?
Interact on the canvas. At this extreme level of abstraction, there's not even discrete shapes that can be found in suprematist or style works, which would provide a more concrete or slightly iconic viewing experience. Moving in the
To me, this one is almost more abstract because I really don't understand what it's going for. Is this one I feel like I kind of get it in a way. This one I feel like I'm not sure what they were going
direction
for.
Of formal art is the domain of impressionism. In a Monet piece, we can start to see material forms emerge from the
fucking gorgeous
impressionistic mesh of textural content. Light and shadow are not distinct yet, which redirects attention to raw colors and their perceptual interactions. In the leftmost extreme of formal art, we see the Gleaners by Millet. Forms are no longer impressionistic, but concrete, and light and shadows are used to present sensible objects of perception. This piece is not only formal in its visual elements, but also in its narrative energy. As part of the realism movement, the piece uses our mental processing not only to present objects, but to arrange them in such a way as to construct meaning through implied narrativity. In the middle of the graph is the Mosaic of Alexander the Great. This work is a primitive attempt at realism, which makes it partially iconic. The way the composition is blocked horizontally like a stage, with the figures facing towards the viewer, adds to the iconic element of the work. Moving rightward, art is iconified until it reaches the extreme represented by the pop art of Keith Haring. Haring's work is hyper-iconic, with borderline stick figures dancing about in expressive poses. Moving upwards towards the symbolic realm, we enter the territory of graphic design. About halfway up is the Priester poster by Lucien Bernhard. This poster takes minimalism to its extreme, with a simple depiction of two matches under a logo. The matches are highly iconic, being comprised of a simple line and dot. Those iconic matches are symbolified through their association with the lexemic text. The matches aren't just matches, they are priester matches. Lastly, at the top of the graph is the already discussed Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, which is highly symbolic in its use of red and white to symbolize the red and white armies along with its use of text. To further explore the graph, we can collapse the top and bottom vertices to see what relations they reveal. This arrangement is similar to the one proposed by Scott McCloud, where the top vertex represents the picture plane, or art that is abstract, independent of perception, the bottom being non-abstract and non-symbolic. We can see that McCloud's system does work for the most part, but lacks a way to differentiate abstraction of a symbolic nature. Alternatively, collapsing the horizontal vertices reveals a different relation. In this arrangement, the left vertex, which collapses formal and iconic art together, signals representation, and the opposing side is non-formal and non-iconic. This system is not as distinct as the previous one, because the clear visual differentiation between realistic and cartoony art makes for an indistinct separation of artistic styles. Collapsing the graph in these ways helps to visualize the organic relationships between the different types of art, and the ways in which they conform to the labels. Art styles are multifaceted and indiscrete, so no single graph can capture the definitive arrangement of art styles, but I hope with this graph to present the most logical arrangement available. Doing this also points to how the graph can be refined and expanded. This state of
the most logical arrangement available. Interesting.
Graph is intended to solve the problem of the dotted line in Scott McCloud's system with the addition of the symbolic dimension and to rename the existing labels for better theoretical conformity. But now that this is accomplished, the graph can be expanded. The labels we have discussed are now the middle ground axes from which a new square graph can be erected, covering a greater variation of artistic styles within the extremes of the graph. An expanded graph will feature a range of abstract, formal, iconic, and symbolic styles. One alternative graph I found from doing research is proposed by an ArtStation user named Patrick Kircher, who proposes a square-shaped graph, also based upon the work of Scott McCloud. The bottom corners and top middle of the graph conform to the triangular graph of McCloud, with additional space in the top corners allotted to psychological on the left and hyper-surrealistic on the right. This graph highlights the problem with the original, which is the lack of a proper space for surrealistic art. Surrealistic art is often relatively formal in terms of its use of value and form, but has a greater psychological dimension that is not present in the straightforward narrativity of strictly formal artwork. Kircher's graph, however, does not work because it uses surreal and psychological art as a variety of abstract art. These styles are abstract in terms of their mental, psychological content, but are not abstract in form, which is why they would better be classified under the symbolic dimension, which is lacking from this graph. Nonetheless, we can use this as inspiration for expanding our graph. If we expand out each point on the diamond to create a square graph, we get a new set of labels in the square's corners.
Holy
in the bottom
mother of a fuck.
left corner, there is the subreal dimension. In the top left corner,
now we're getting serious.
There is the hyperreal dimension. In the top right corner, there is the metareal dimension. And in the bottom
metareal
right corner, there is the ideal dimension. To explore the implications of these labels, we can populate the graph again and observe the way our
subreal
art pieces synchronize with this layout. In the bottom left region,
ideal,
we can explore the subreal art. This is highly abstract art, moving
I like where this is going.
in the direction of formality. This art, unlike purely abstract art in the bottom middle, utilizes formal elements, but does so in a way that does not yield narrativized results. This is the realm of facticity, art that confronts the viewer with reality without a means of understanding that reality. This art is formal without representation, reality without sense or narrative. The most extreme examples are the useless machines of Bruno Munari. This work features abstract shapes dangling from above, interacting to form abstract compositions. The work represents nothing, which makes it useless, but as a three-dimensional physical piece, it conforms to the laws of material reality. A bit higher up, we see the balloon dog of Jeffrey Koons. This work moves in the direction of formality because it visually represents a balloon dog, but the point of this work is not to narrativize the dog, but rather to accentuate the raw, abstract physicality of the material in grand scale. The beauty of the piece comes from the interplay of form from the reflective surface. Across to the right is the ideal region, which features work like that of Barnett Newman or Mark Rothko. This region is highly abstract and iconic. The art pieces here are non-representational and highly abstract, but unlike the chaotic and loose splatter paint of Pollock, they conform to shapes and patterns, making them iconic. Work in this region utilizes shape and line to create balance and harmony that forces viewers to appreciate pure compositionality for its own sake. As those shapes and lines start to represent things and take on narrativity, they move upward towards the middle region of iconic. Moving to the top left is the region of hyperreal art. Whereas subreal art is less real than real, and formal art reflects the real, hyperreal is more real than real. This is art that is photorealistic beyond our common perception of the world. The gumball machines of Charles Bell are hyperreal still lifes that exaggerate their formal elements and lack narrative. The gumballs aren't just gumballs, they are reified gumballs that are symbols of themselves. In contrast with the subreal art, which confronts the viewer with physicality that refuses to be understood, the hyperreal art is impossible not to be understood because of how it utilizes symbolism beyond narrative. In the extreme of the hyperreal is where much corporate art belongs. This is art that, because of its commercial purpose, screams out for understanding and presents meaning that can't be interpreted any other way than intended. Lastly, in the top right corner is meta-real art, which is both symbolic and iconic. This is art that is iconic in form, but instead of presenting representations, uses the interplay of elements to construct mental, symbolic associations that prompt interpretation. The extremes of this region is the territory of collage, like The Art Critic by Raoul Hausmann. This piece uses disparate symbolic elements to generate a web of associations that are not narrativized like purely iconic art, but are symbolically bathed in narrativity that has to be unlocked by the viewer's interpretation. This area is also home to graphic design, which uses iconic elements and art principles to create lexical systems of meaning. Looking at the interplay of art in the graph as a whole, we can see the organic emergence of stylistic regions within the graph. The bottom left triangle is dissociative, art that dissociates the viewer from reality. Inward from this is the region of impressionistic art, which abstracts reality to heighten the viewer's awareness of their own perception. On the bottom right is the region of negation, art that negates narrative and materiality to present the platonic forms of shape and line. Inward from this is the region of expressionism, art that stylizes iconic reality to heighten the subjective expression of emotions. The inverse of negation, in the top left, is sublimated art. This is the hyperreal art whose meaning is reified to a sublime state. Inward from this is the region of conception. This is the home of surrealism, where presentation is still relatively formal, but the narrative is symbolified into surreal elements. The opposite of dissociative art is the top right region of associative art. This is the region of collage and montage, where disparate elements come together to create mental associations and meaning. And lastly, inward from that is the thematic region. This is artwork that thematic...
Fascinating. I like this. I expect everybody, all y'all nerds, to find out how every single art piece that has ever existed fits into this graph and have it on my desk by Sunday night.
Presents symbolic meaning in an iconic fashion. No art style graph could be perfect, as there are too many facets to visual art to fully capture in 2 dimensions, but this is the most complete attempt to do so yet. The system is rooted in Scott McCloud's work, fixes its problems, and expands upon it based on the mental process by which art is acquired by the viewer. All art is fundamentally abstract, and this graph systematizes the subjective and objective means by which marks on a picture plane transform into the full range of varieties of art. Abstract, formal, iconic, and symbolic axes generate the polar relations of art expressions in changes of form and content. Subreal, hyperreal, metareal, and ideal flesh out those relations by marking the breadth of expression within the acquisition process. As a whole, the graph covers all types of visual art in a clean and systematic fashion. If you have any suggestions for improvement or think pieces should have been placed differently, please discuss in the comments. This has been Ryan 9. Thank you for watching.
I liked the part where you said that meta-real is associative art. It's interesting. I consider what I do to be that. Categorically, meta-real associative art. That would be where my work falls in. On your graph, I think. The fuck? It's the video I'm watching right now is in my recommended. God, I look fucking creepy. Why can't I be cute like her?
Picture this. It's the mid-90s in the UK, and your mate wants to bring you out for a night. And he's been telling you about this DJ for a while called LTJ Bookham, who you've heard some on bootleg mixtapes and word around the area, but you've never gotten to see them in person. You go out to that night, and it completely changes your life and your perspective on music at that time. Before we can even start, we need to understand what the landscape looks like.
Okay, Lapusha sent a $2.99 super chat asking what will happen in Sunops Book 1. I don't have like a whole book plan. Let me see what I've written down about Sunops. I planned out a lot more of the like lore than the actual story. How much of this is in my phone? Doesn't look like it's in my phone. Is this... Wait, I know I wrote some of this shit in my phone. I thought I wrote some of this notes in my phone, but maybe not. Well, somewhere I have a bunch of notes about, here we go. I found it. I'll read you all the notes I wrote in my phone. This is most of the work I've done on the book. It says Rook Emerson Palmer, aka Rookie, aka Rook, like the castle in chess. Long-haired longboarder living on the streets of San Diego finds an op glove near a dumpster behind an In-N-Out and picks it up because it looks cool, is bonded with it because of his latent operator abilities. Most people are scouted by groups and trained in specific styles of operation, or SOOs, so Rook is unique in that he realizes the keys to different styles from observing their use by other operators. Since most operators feel their SOO is an integral component of their identity, they tend to form deeply positive or negative feelings towards him as an operator, leading to lots of fights. Thematically, Rookie represents the eye in the storm of the operator-team conflict, a kind of human safe space that can... a kind of person safe space that can pull others in so long as they stick close to his wavy ways. But most persons are pulled back into their lives and swallowed by the tides on which Rookie surfs. He also surfs literally sometimes with his also homeless beach bum dad. At one point, his mother will allow him back into the apartment, but by that point he realizes he can only be a danger to her by staying nearby and doesn't really know what he can do to help her. She insists she is okay being as she's always been, which is enough like what his father told him of himself, that he feels confident that he can carry them in his heart while he keeps in constant motion over Southern California. Rook's fraternal twin sister, Lake Bishop Palmer, their dad loves Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, their mom loves chess, attends college upstate and independently becomes involved in an operator group, only learning that her brother is an operator as well after he comes to visit. Most of Rook's early use of operator abilities is in service of making homelessness more convenient. Conflicts arise with rich young novice operators that view his style combination as perverse, while other struggling operators that, like his vibe, help him develop the basics in their styles, while also realizing that understanding the theory behind other SOOs can help them to progress in their own development. Rookie will eventually develop the mentality that anyone could be an operator if they understood how and had the right equipment, and so he will start covertly creating new operators, eventually becoming recognized as the most powerful set in town, and having to deal with infiltration and betrayal more often than with rival groups. Arabuki Winduro is the creator of the Op Glove and the first to transcribe the codes that descend into the Operator Society. Arabuki only created 7 spells in his life, and he died of cancer in his late 40s. Those who expanded on his work are considered the 4 geniuses who generated the basic formulas that eventually splintered into the 14 magical families identified today in Southern California. Rookie will eventually discover that Arabuki lived an incredible life and influenced the people around him in many more important ways than just by inventing magic, which he had only done in service of everything else that he was involved with. Comparably, the 4 geniuses have lived miserably and have been obsessed with expanding magic and using it for personal gain at the cost of reputation and friendships. 3 of them are still alive, 2 are still leading the most powerful magical families from which the rest descend. The 4 geniuses are Shane's Rebusiness, Michael Queensryche, Alabaster Brioche, and Nandy Paladin. For University of South Dakota, University of San Diego. Why did I think that USD stood for South Dakota? For University of San Diego tech nerds that had a Dungeons & Dragons group in the 70s, Shanes took a random agricultural elective in his sophomore year that introduced him to Arabuki, whom he begged to teach him magic. Shanes could manifest the powers, but only learned 3 of Arabuki's original spells that interested him and the mechanics behind making the gloves. He made op gloves for each of his friends and taught them 2 of the spells, and within minutes of learning both, their conversation led them to realizing that other abilities might be devisable based on what would need to be true to use both powers. This led them to days of experimentation, learning new spells, and trying to devise a way that they could be funded to continue this research without losing control over its influence and spread. It also led to the question of whether Arabuki knew other spells, compelling Alabaster to organizing a meeting with Arabuki in which he learned that Shanes had been taught 3 spells and had only taught 2 of them to the other members, and also that Arabuki doesn't tell anybody that there's more than 3 spells because he doesn't trust them. Alabaster would go behind Shanes' back and tell the other 2 about the 3rd spell. This inspires Nandy to team up with him in spite of Shanes, but Michael realizes that he doesn't trust any of them and goes off on his own, letting Shanes know that the other 2 plan to betray him. From this point on, the Rebusiness, Queensryche, and Brioche Paladin begin factionalizing and forming independent, tight-knit cliques to continue the study of magic covertly from one another. Rebusiness runs his group like a traditional American business, while Queensryche runs it like a powerful family, and Brioche Paladin run theirs like a cult. Each of these has since splintered into further competing factions as the use of operator abilities spreads, threatening to escape from under the wraps of where the families have tried to keep it. So basically, it's like three secret societies descending from this guy who invented magic, who was actually a good guy who died, but all these evil people are trying to expand on his thing now that he's gone. And eventually, Rookie will find out about the guy who created magic and the fact that there were originally 7 spells, but all of the magic that's been developed over the last 40 years or whatever has been based on the 3 spells that those evil people knew. So when he finds out about the 4 spells that, that do completely different things that these guys just thought were useless, and then he starts combining those with all the stuff that they've come up with, then it's just like there's way more magic that could be done than what people have been realizing, basically. But you would only care because you were trying to do something good, as opposed to, the self-serving magic that the other guys copied. Snowman8 with $5 says, favorite pony music outside of So Great and Powerful, Jeff Burgess, and Blind Skywatcher. Well, there was, of course, Devi McCallan, who under the name of Black Dresses, who was under the name Cat's Millionaire at the time. I was a huge fan of her music, and it's a big influence on me. Who else do I really like from the pony days? Cat's Millie was like the best, and then Cat's Millionaire and So Great and Powerful were like far and away my favorite pony musicians. Just like in terms of music that I was like listening to all the time, and that like really influenced me. You know what? I can find some lists. Let's see. How far back will I have to go? I don't know why I keep scrolling down. There's an older post button at the top too. None of these is what I'm looking for. There should be. I know I did a post where I just like watched every piece of Brony media ever. It would have been 2012. I like did a whole, here we go, Brony media overview. My quest to Equestria Daily's media section is finally over after more than 2 months. I only made it back through June 2011, but due to a series of events, I lost my place, and Equestria Daily's page system makes it difficult to go through their archives. Besides, the further back I go, the less high-quality media there is, and these days so much is produced that I hardly find time for my archive plumbing. Therefore, I'm calling it here. I've listened to several hundred songs, watched at least 100 PMVs, a few dozen animations, YTPs, and Flash movies, not even getting into the dozens of games I've played and thousands of images I've looked at. I've gotten deep into Brony media culture, and I'm only going deeper. Here are my findings at current depth. Keep in mind, this was April 2012. I did not start making videos on this, or I didn't make this channel until November. So for like 6 months, I was just like a big fan. Although, like after doing this, there was a few months I spent playing video games and not really caring about Brony stuff, and then I got back to Brony. So everything by So Great and Powerful is at the top of the list. Born Cross-Eyed by Tarby. Tarby rocks, as per the name. This song was epic. Jackalap's I Love Everything. I don't even remember this one. Pinkie Pie Swear, classic. I don't remember this one. Mike the Microphone Sonic Rhyme Boom, which I did 20% faster once. This is a Luna parody of Helena by... I remember this one being nice. This one being pretty good.
Welcome, dear friend. How was your journey? You're near the end. No need to hurry. Have a look around.
Yeah, it's spooky. Fucking. It's a lot of fucking electronic music. Swagberg. Man, I wouldn't go back. Would not go back. I remember leaving this on like all day, once or twice. Oh God. Jesus. This it really goes on. It really goes on to I guess now I'm recommending artists. And fan fictions. The day my beard turned into Pinkie Pie goes pretty hard, actually. The great and powerful Trixie falls in love with a pine cone. I vaguely remember that one. Good God, it really went on. That was April 2012, so before I actually got involved in the Brody community. Which one were you saying is cringe? They're all cringe. They're literally all cringe. They're literally all cringe. The spooky one and the Suits one. I remember watching that Suits one literally all day. None of it's good. Like, that's the problem, is that none of it really holds up particularly well. So it's hard to revisit, aside from So Great and Powerful and Cat's Millionaire, which I haven't even listened to Cats in forever. So Great and Powerful is the only one that I've, like, gone back to. Been like, yeah. I mean, So Great and Powerful, a lot of their music literally just sounds like Destroyer, like the artist Destroyer. I think that was their biggest influence. And I had never heard any of Destroyer before hearing So Gap, so to me it was like, what even is this? Like, I've never heard music that sounds like this. Not to take anything away from So Gap's songs being very unique and good. They're not like literally just here's So Gap and Cat's Millie on the same song. I forgot I had it sped up. Also, I don't know if she still stands by these old songs. I know So Gap doesn't. Like, I know they're not supposed to be on YouTube, any of these songs. They're not supposed to still exist. But, the internet never lets you forget. You loved Tarby. I mean, shout out Tarby. Tarby's cool. I talked to him a few times on radio shows and stuff, and I think we met at least once or twice at conventions. Does not look like he has put up anything on YouTube in a very long time. But yeah, I listened to this song a lot of times.
Heaven sent, born with affliction, mom and dad wrong with addiction, no remorse, they all deserved it.
It's like a really epic collective soul song. It goes on for 12 minutes. Yeah. Hey. Low key, I was born in Daddy Brown's coat key, molded in Peggy's nursery, and I'm already like 33. Murder me, hurter me, Trixie the golden witch, psycho bunny bitch on the flow switch, snitch, cold killer, not a blow dealer, but a flow stealer and a real troll. I can run the world from my daddy's home. I can own the land without a deed to own. I can't be the man, but I can be the goat. I can't be the man, but I can be the goat. Yeah. I'm a real blockbuster video queen. I'm an on-screen hustler setting the scene. I'm the real thing. Must have been something I said that got everybody flustered. Summon all the strength you can muster and swing. I'll eat that dig-a-lig-a-lig with some mustard. Spit on a dick like I'm flustered. Here comes the buster beam, breach the seam of your jeans with gust force. Clean up the game like I'm Mason Dust Force. No dragon, still swagging out, dragging out the sentence. Run-ons are relentless and never with repentance. I take, I rake it in. My past tense is sin, my pretense is win. My spirit is gin, yeah. Drink up, little homie, cause you can't afford the rent next month, little homie, goddamn. Drink up, little homie, cause you can't afford the rent next month, little homie, goddamn. You talking goat, but your name isn't Twistello. Realness wake you with a hello and a slash, snatch and dash, Ricky your stash in the blink of an eye, and on to the next city while you're wondering why you thought the greatness wouldn't consume ya. Spit out your bones like a volcano when a cartoon does. Huh. You a wily little coyote. Roadrunner Records ought to call me for the buyout. Like I take a contract. I don't know how to act. I break that shit so fast. My fans have gotta pay my ass, cause if they leave me on the streets then they ain't getting jack shit. Now here comes a rap diss. That's as far as I got in that song. Why does the flow always sound like you just got punched in the stomach? Hey! I just think it matches the tone of the song, you know? Hey! Vito is a cat raper. Yet another shit take from a fat faker. How about that? What's that flow? I got so many random diss tracks in my phone. I'd be hard-pressed to name two friends that have never abandoned me, members of my own family that I don't view as calamity, damaging my mental state with statements so plainly brazen. And I can take it, but God, I fucking don't wanna take it. We're not gonna take it. This twisted sister spits in your picture. I pitch you a splitter of pads, wishes some people were dead. Triggers in head and the lead burns between eyes. Come handle it, guys. You can't put your hands to the sky. I'm so full of spite and rage, I'm ready to jump off stage and punch someone right in the face, shove it right in their disgrace. Pace and I race and I sit and I sit and I'm thankful for every fan that I get, but I can't take a shit in the back. Yo. Alright, I'm gonna sign off. This was a fun stream. I'm gonna go like marinate some chicken or something. shit.